I know, but
Can you
see.
see the sun is shining on me? It makes me feel so free, so alive. It makes me want to survive. And the sky, it makes me feel so high.
Okay, enough of that. Jesus. Jesus, enough of that. No, I'm just kidding. Ugh. We're still waiting a little bit. Wasn't this a song that summons Tails doll if played in the dark? This is some Sonic Racing. I don't know. It's over. Oh, it's because of the eating some watermelon rings. Tahine. Apparently. All right. How are we doing? I should probably have other things ready to go. No problem. I'm very much like a bad setup person. I'm really organized. That's well. But that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. All right. So let's start off with a couple of things that I could talk about. First and foremost, this is me being a little bit petty. This is me being a smidgen petty because apparently I have fans. And not like, oh, people who enjoy your stuff. No, not like those kinds of fans. I have fans who need me, I guess, to fill some sort of void in their lives. There's two of them in particular. One of them is a guy who's always comments on my videos, and it's just the most negative shit you'll see. Like, nothing I post, nothing I say, no matter if it's a community post or a video, it's just all negativity. Let's see, what was his most recent post? I'm not going to give them direct attention, so that way I can be like, haha. But yeah, let me see the most recent post. It was, if I remember correctly, it was about people being laid off in Xbox. It was, come on. Yeah, it was my Xbox video, right? Yeah. And in that Xbox video, if you haven't seen it, it is me talking about more layoffs. There's more layoffs happening at Microsoft. And I talk about how that, it's bad, like I always do. And this guy goes like, womp womp, I for one couldn't care any less. AAA gaming has failed. Oh, sorry. Womp womp, I for one couldn't care any less. AAA gaming has failed to make good games for years, which is such an like erroneous statement to make to begin with. You're saying AAA game has made a good game in years. Death Stranding 2 just came out. Elden Ring came out like what, 2 years ago? Like, ooh, AAA, what are you talking about? Insane. We also had another comment. There's a way I can go on here to see like where they've left these comments before, right? How many comments on my channel? Because he always comes by and it's always like the most negative shit. And I'm like, why are you so angry? Like, cause he's had other videos where I commented on other comments on my videos where it's just like, something bad happens to someone, good, I love it. Or it's probably a fucking the asthma go, if we keep it honest. But there's another person who doesn't watch my video. Yeah, here we go. The video where I talked about me going viral again. You are still just melanated Asmongold with a lib bias, my guy. And I take offense to that. Okay. First and foremost, I am not a liberal. And I think my positions on things would have made that very, very, very clear. I am not a liberal. So it's weird to say that. But also, that is always the comeback people try whenever I start debunking or criticizing or critiquing, I should say, their favorite grifter. It's, well, you're just as bad. You're doing the same thing they're doing. You're also a grifter. It is just this like, I know you are, but what am I type of energy? Even worse than that, because it's very obvious they have nothing they can say about the actual argument I'm presenting. So it's, well, you're just like them. In what world am I melanated Asmongold with a lib bias? That doesn't even make sense. We don't even do the same things. Asmongold has fully become this right-wing political grifter. I still play video games. I'm working on a video about the modern gaming audience. I actually make, in addition to doing reaction content, I also make my own content that maybe some people react to. One person did, and it was a weird react. But we're not the same, nor would I want to be the same. So that's a weird comment. But this other guy, who I will show because it's really pathetic, has been a new fan of mine. And I have to set the stage for this. First, I was gonna make no sense, but let me see if I can find it first. And then after that, we will get into the thing that's been driving me insane for the last like day. It's so fucking funny though. It's so funny. Okay. My pill push, easy to find. Yes. So to give you guys some level of like context, what's happening here. There is this person named Old Man Grim who I truly don't even know. But apparently they've been keeping tabs on my Twitter posts for months. Like for actual months. And I guess it stems from the fact that at one point I said 8-bit Eric had no motion because his YouTube video subs versus the views he get are nowhere close where they should be considering his sub base. He's almost at 100,000 subscribers. And I think he gets like maybe 800 views on the video. And so I was like, you know, he's a grifter. He's a piece of shit. So I was like, you get no motion. I don't know why you're out here talking, trying to inject yourself into all these things. And so then Old Man Grim, for some reason, mind you, he blocked me. So I want this to be understood. He blocked me. I haven't blocked him. He blocked me. I want to be very, very, very clear. So he's blocked me. And yet, he has a thread that has all of my posts, like June, from May to June. He has a thread on me. And he just adds every post I do, every single post, every post I've done. Every single post, like, and he blocked me. He keeps adding shit, right? But you know what's funny? And I mentioned in my post is he has his first video here from May. And he's like, oh, I see what no motion looks like now. He thinks I'm referring to likes on Twitter, which is stupid. I don't care about likes on Twitter. When I talk about motion, I'm always talking about from the YouTube side of things. This video I posted actually did pretty well. So it's weird he said that. But from May until this month, he's had a thread on every single post I've made. But except for this post. The post that I made a video on that got me almost 3 million views and 100 and like what 60,000 likes and 6,000 retweets. So I was like, weird how he missed this one. This post is also on both Asmongold's subreddit, believe me, I know, and like other gaming subreddits. So I'm like, even if we were about to go on Twitter, yeah, bro, you have no motion. Neither does 8-Bit Eric. I clearly have more motion than y'all because 160,000 people liked my post. But the really weird part is he seems really fixated on the post where I'm posting my physique. Like, I mean, and listen, I look good here. That's why I posted it. Look at that definition. Look at that lighting. I don't know how you can see it, but look at that. Look at the way the light hits the muscles. That's a good build. Like, that's me. Post gym. Look at that back. What, you're saying he has a YouTube channel? Oh my God, please show it to me. And so then me being me, I went to his Twitter page since we're going to talk about Twitter pages. And I was like, okay, mind you, he has like 1,000 subscribers. He has more subscribers than me. Talking about remodeling his house, 5 likes. Retweeting Emma Stone and calling her a slur, 10 likes. Doing a hashtag get woke, go broke, 24 likes. Again, my post got 160,000 likes. And it sounds dumb to even talk about likes on Twitter, but he's trying to come for me for that. And I'm like, you stalking my account is weird, especially because it's always like a dog whistle for other losers to follow. Because someone recently, let me make sure I can show this. I don't want like to get fucking clapped on live. But recently, I made a post. Oh, here. Okay, I can show you. You know how Twitter be. I can show you this. All I did was make a post that says Stranger Things as Sky. Upper atmospheric lightning, my beloved. That's it. And some random person. Nobody knows who you are, Norbit. I sometimes think you're Sean the Black. Just stop embarrassing yourself and focus on elevating your career and future. Bitching and crying because no one wants to play Reloot is pussy boy move LOL. Mind you, I reposted an image of a lightning in the sky. That's it. And it's hilarious that no one knows who I am. So I wrote, you found me pretty easily with no one caring. Because why else? And it's obvious this is a fake. This is like a fucking burner account. This is probably Grim, to be honest, because no one said anything and suddenly I address Grim and this guy follows me. So, but I'm just like, it's so insane to me how they need to like have this like villain, right? They need to have someone to be mad at, to be so angry with. And it's like, bro, touch grass, get help. Go see a movie, go see a different movie besides Norbit. That's another thing too. It's like Norbit wears glasses. Like, oh, it's so hilarious. Because they know physically I look better than them by all accounts. I'm taller than them, my face looks better, I'm built different. And so they just want to say any random black person, but like you can see who I am. You see what I look like. I'm not comparable to Norbit. And like, who would find that funny? Which lets me know this is someone who's like probably my age, if not older, who would be making a Norbit reference. That's not even a recent Eddie Murphy movie. Like, they're so bad. They are so bad at what they do. It's kind of funny, but mostly sad. So that was, I guess, like the bit of me being petty person who's I want to get out of the way. It's just like, if you're gonna try to come for me, like, be interesting, be funny. My post about the Asmongold fan, people are just like, "Oh, he's illiterate. He said would have instead of would have." I'm like, that's what you're gonna do. You're gonna focus on the semantics of it. You're gonna focus on like one letter, one word. Oh, because you have nothing. So it's like, oh, well, I wouldn't have said would have. Okay. Like I said in my video, Twitter is not some sort of school or academic symposium where you have to have perfect grammar. Also, that wouldn't even be a sign of illiteracy. But speaking of illiteracy, this is why this is called Welcome to Orc City. I don't know how active you guys are on Twitter, but there is this. There's so much backstory I have to present here in order for any of this to make sense. Like, of course, it's racist shit. They wouldn't. If you go to the subreddit, the Asmongold subreddit, it goes immediately racial, right? Which again, hilarious because I know for a fact I'm smarter than the average Asmongold fan. I know that in my heart of hearts. But we're going to talk about something extremely ridiculous, but I'm in love with this. This all kicks off about, I want to say a day ago. And I have been bookmarking every instance of this shit that I could find. And I mean, I have been bookmarking every goddamn instance of this. It's all right. So we have to start here. We have to start here. Thus begins the Orc City saga. Okay. So there is a self-published writer, as you can see right now. His name is John A. Douglas. He has a tendency to negatively talk about other works of fiction. So here he's talking about Hideo Kojima. Yes, that Hideo Kojima. Whenever someone glazes Hideo Kojima, remember he once made a boss character that's a lard ass in a bomb disposal suit, riding around on rollerblades and sipping wine from a wine glass with a straw. His name, Fat Man. Genius. There is no way you can read that description to me and then show me the picture and it not be the fucking peakest character design. You've already lost your own argument, bro. Blicky in the left hand with the wine glass on the right. Come on, and he's on rollerblades in a bomb disposal suit. Come on. There is no way. There's no way you look at this fit, you look at this character design and say it's anything other than heat. No way. Just can't be done. And then his next post is reject Kojima slop, embrace Xeno P Chronicles. This is what he does. He likes to stir up controversy. He's done it before. I think I have this bookmarked also, where there was a video. Wait, I gotta switch back. I don't want to spoil what we're getting into. I don't want to spoil what we're getting into, okay? So there's another video of him. Here. Okay, here we go. Listen, you guys, I'm building up the suspense, okay? There's no spoilers here. No spoilers. So in his past, someone remembered what he did. They wrote, we talked about how he did this shit before with books at Target. And so, here, it's a minute long video. Let's just let him say what he's going to say.
Well, guys, we're back in Target. Just happened to be stopping by a little bit and came over here, looked again. It's back in the fantasy section. Over here, you can see thrillers over there and romance over there. Now, look down here. Like even the few male-oriented authors are just gone. It's nothing but feminine fiction. It's nothing but romantasy, and it bleeds into the thriller section so much. Now there's a little bit down here, some manga that's kind of cast aside, and you can see Brando's latest thing is down there. But Again, this reiterates the point that I made last year. It's nothing but chick lit. It's nothing but chick fiction. It's just romantasy. Hanging around and being labeled as the primary fantasy. There's nothing for guys to read. Nothing.
Now, of course, anyone who knows anything about books can tell you that it's because the women are the ones reading the books. The romantasy is selling because women are reading it. Of course, not all women. Of course, not the demographic is not only women, but largely it's women who are reading this. So, step your fantasy game up if you want more men fantasy, or more at least male characters fantasies. Brandon Sanderson can't be caring by himself, right? But don't worry, you guys. Don't worry, because men do write. John writes. And so, mind you, he was talking shit about Hideo Kojima and stuff too. And someone found his book and said, this thing got 13 million views, 7,000 likes, 70,000 likes, okay? This is how this guy's book starts. So let's read this together, okay? The Orc City smoldered, burned down in the wake of battle. The ground soaked in a knuckles depth of blood and ash. The savage cries of its defenders now silent, and still as its ruin was overseen by the architect of its very destruction. The Orc Wars were finally over. There's nothing more reviled than the Orc, said the Elvish King. Now. We'll get to the book. Now, you guys might not know this because I don't really talk about it, but I've not published this. I'm still trying to find a way to get it edited, whatever. I've written before. And I've also did Dungeons and Dragons. I've DM before. I understand the writing process. I understand what is a first draft. I understand the excitement you get from doing your first D&D inspired fantasy novel and trying to find your own voice. I get that. I understand that. What I don't understand is how you can shit talk the fact that there's only books written by women for women in romantasy, or you could talk about how Hideo Kojima's naming schemes are bad, and then you call your place the Orc City. Mind you, every use of the word orc is capitalized, but every other race is not. Once again, let's read this and let's break this down, okay? This is what's been living in my brain for the last 24 hours. The Orc City smoldered, burned down in the wake of battle. I would rewrite that first sentence, honestly. Like something along the lines of like, the wounds of battle will still evident by the smoldering buildings in the distance or across the vista or something like that. Set the scene more to where it's more of like a current experience, like someone's actually experiencing, not someone who's so far moved away from the action. And then for song descriptions go, it's the burned down in the wake of battle. Okay, but like, what's the city look like? The ground soaked in a knuckles depth of blood and ash. What is that description? What is a knuckles depth? Are you saying if I put a knuckle in like water, how deep it would go? Like, are you saying it is the level of, like, it's such a abstract way of measuring something that sounds a little bit too much like purple prose, like flowery language, trying to get too much in like the less literal, more like the figurative expressions of things, where it gets bogged down. Like, I don't know what you're trying to say. I don't know how deep a knuckles depth is, so it's weird to like use as a reference. The savage cries of its defenders now silent and still, as its ruin was overseen by the architect of its very destruction. Now, I know what they're trying to say, because the next line is, well, other line is the Elvish King. So I would assume the Elfish. Wait, time out. Shouldn't this be the Elven King? Like elfish, it sounds like it's approximating an elf. Here's like an elf. He's elfish, right? Shouldn't it be Elven? But to say that it was overseen by the architect of its very destruction, if you've already set the groundwork for it being burnt down and stuff, you don't have to say architect of its very destruction. It's already destroyed. The savage cries of its defenders now silent. Also makes it seem like, and again, maybe this is what you want, that the elf king is bad, because you wouldn't describe it as the defenders of the cities or of the city are now silent because the elf king killed them. That makes the elf king look bad. And then he's talking again about Hideo Kojima's labeling of things, like his word usage, how he calls things. You're calling it the Orc City and the Orc Wars and then the Elvish King. This is this is Goblin Slayer level of naming shit. Goblin Slayer, warrior, paladin, healer. Like, these are classes. These are the titles to be held. What is the Orc City called? Because when you say the Orc City, you're also making it seem like we all have a shared vision of an Orc City. Like, if you would have said like the downtown area had been demolished, we as human beings living in the real world understand what a downtown typically looks like. You know, closely packed together buildings, lots of people there, some skyscrapers, like a skyline. Like, we get that. Nightlife happen. Like, we get that. We can suss out what that feels like. I have no reference for an Orc City. Goblin Slayer slander. It's not Goblin Slayer slander. I'm just saying, the naming wise, at least, all right? There is no, like, there's nothing here. And, like, okay, if I were to rewrite this whole first off, I would actually move the Orc Wars were finally over to the top. Just right there, get you into it. Be like, the Orc Wars are finally over. And then describe, like, King, I don't know, Ivanor looks down at his handiwork, or looks down on the carnage he laid to the Orc City, right? Its smoldering ruins, a hollow shell of what once stood before it. The defenders, brave soldiers, all and through, nothing compared to the might of his elven army. They stand upon the desiccated corpses, trudging through the wasted battleland, like something like that. Like, build up the fact that this was either like a feat or like character moments, right? Like, describe this, because he says there's nothing more revile than the orc, right? So if he has a hatred for the orc, maybe we show that through his actions, so people automatically know, oh, okay, fuck these guys, right? At least in their perspective. But that's not even the best part. The best part, it's the fucking meetings. The mayor of Orc City 1 week into the Orc War. Mission Orc accomplished. This is what's been making me lose my mind. These memes. I'm here in the ruins of Orc City. I don't know why I have my headphones on, like I can hear anything. This is the shit I'm talking. Oh my god. Oh, it's so. What's the other ones? Orc City is burning. I think what happened in Orc City was bad, actually. This has become my this has become my complete Twitter feed for the last 24 hours. It's people taking the absolute piss out. I think there was another one I saved too, right? Oh yes. So there's racial terminology for this. Because what's fantasy without racism? Oh my god, I'm crying. Oh, what's fantasy? What's fantasy without racism? So, remember what I said earlier that the orc is the only name that's given capital. It is the only proper name to describe the whole group. Everyone else is lowercase. Everyone else is lowercase. So racial terminologies. I hope this doesn't get me like banned on YouTube for saying these slurs. But you have halfkin, general term referring to people of mixed race parentage between the common races of all spires, such as human, elf, orc, halfling, dwarf, or other. Oh. Orc-born, referring to those of halfkin nature with one orc parent. Okay, what does that mean exactly? So you have a racial terminology and then a sub-racial terminology for. Wouldn't orc-born just make it seem like their parents are orc, like they're actually orcs, right? Like, like what the fuck is? Okay, halfkin shouldn't even be like. I don't think you need to define that, but halfkin shouldn't be such a general term. Because if you have specific ones like orc-born, which means you have an orc parent and you're whatever, oh, you're orc-born, right? Then every single other race should have something like that. I don't know what they do for humans exactly, but yeah, like a half orc or something, like halfkins. Okay, you see orc-born, and then you have orc brat. Orc brat just sounds like a child orc, but it's a derogatory term for orc-born. Orc-born sounds more derogatory than orc brat. Usually used in association with orc-born orphans left in the wake of the orc war. There's too much. It's too much orc. It's too much orc. It's too much orc. And also, yeah, I don't know why you'd need a racial terminology section in your fantasy, but also through the writing, people should be able to pick up on things. Maybe you have to be a little more direct, like in Harry Potter, where, you know, they get called a mudblood, right? And then you find out when Hermione finds out. But I wouldn't need like a list of like, you could tell through the context. Like if someone's like, oh shit, I spilled on my table. Hold on. Damn it, that wasn't a joke. Hold on. Thought my can was empty, and it wasn't empty. But like, I guess I was a little orc punched. But by the way, so like it says my mouse, hold on. Mouse, you okay? Mouse, you're fine. Mouse is fine, right? Yeah, okay. But it's still, there you go. Okay, let's go. The mouse is good. But like it says orc brat, derogatory term used for orc-born, right? Usually used in association with orc-born orphans left in the wake of orc wars. So it's so specific that it could only apply to orphans left from a war. If you're just orc-born, then you're just called orc-born, which is another term for halfkins, but clearly more derogatory. And then you have orc punched, a colloquialism referring to acting out of sorts or without good sense. Orc shit, colloquial vulgarity used in reference to an undesirable situation or when calling out a situation that doesn't seem honest. Oh, so instead of like bullshit or horseshit, so are orcs also used as animals? I don't know, dude. And then spear ear, derogatory term for elves or halfkin elves. So then just a derogatory term for elves, right? That covers it all. Like if I said like there was a derogatory word for black people, we wouldn't say for black people and also mixed black people. No, because it's for black people. Like it applies. It is insane to have a slurs dictionary in your fantasy book. It is. It just is. This reminds me of that one tabletop that was so racist that I got sued. You guys remember that? It was stuff with like pygmies and shit. This is so golden. This is so golden. And now we get to find out what the book's called because I looked it up. I looked it up on Goodreads, and some of the reviews seem kind of bullshit to me. It's called The Black Crown Adventures, or The Black Crown Age of Adventures #1. Now, wait, there's a okay. Let's look at the reviews because I just watched a video of yours. Hold on, wait. I'm reading the chat. Watched the video earlier today about a shooting game. It had Tsuka that was bad. He claimed that the original shooting game was better because of its look. I don't know what you're trying to say here. But let me do this first. Let me make sure this isn't gonna leak my data. Okay, now. All right, so what's going on with Grifters today? Who knows? Today this is literature class. I'm sure I'll get to good. Oh, actually, there is a video I want to watch with you guys. That's about a Grifter, so we'll react later on. But first, community reviews. The book is called The Black Crown: Age of Adventures, and so the author seems to have a habit of harassing people or coming after people. It's one of the first comments. Update 2. The author harasses viewers because he's a man-child who can't comprehend that a random stranger doesn't like his lackluster attempt at a novel. He also makes grammatical mistakes in his harassment, emphasizing that the mistakes in his work are par for the course. Update. I'd like to start off saying that there are a few authors as petty and spiteful as J. Douglas. Any criticism is a personal affront to him. He denounces the review as filled with lies and misinformation, but anyone who has 2 eyes can see that Douglas has the talent and skill of a child who just learned what a story is. Before I had this is fucking juicy. Before I had posted my review, I had shown my friend snippets of his work in order to gauge whether I was being too harsh in my review. It was a general consensus that he was pat on the back and told what a good and special boy he was instead of told how to improve his prose and dialogue. His friends have led him astray, blamed him misguiding him, or worse, they are as ignorant as he. While I am not this Erwin, I have only compassion for the man because clearly he was the only one to have cared enough to point that Douglas's work was subpar and needed refinement. I hope the pity sales were worth it for Douglas, and his only support are the crabs that will tear him down when he does not do the same for them. He has proven once more that the indie industry is rife with spite, hatred, and sadly ignorance. We haven't even gotten through the review. There are a few indie voices prominent as J. Douglas, and high hopes were given in the wake of his crusade against traditional publishing. All his talk, he fails to walk the walk. From grammatical errors to poor dialogue to lackluster descriptions, we saw the Orc City. It's a comedy of errors that isn't so much as funny as it is a disappointment. Immediately off the bat, the reader is confronted with the world building that would better be spent in the back. clunky, childish names matched with an egregious lack of imagination make a pale in comparison to its clearly superior inspiration. The reader is both left in the dark and held by the hand with very little or overt description. In plain, it reads as a Dungeons and Dragons or Dragon Age fact fiction with very little understanding on how those worlds work and why they work in the medium that they do. Now, I want to see this. I want to see this so bad. I want to see the dialogue. I want to see what they're talking about. I want to see the descriptions they're talking about because holy shit. The prose itself is an afterthought of description and action, failing to inform the reader or of just who was talking, why they matter, and more importantly, why they should matter to the reader. The first chapter is a back and forth between characters that don't hold any weight and are used as exposition rather than storytelling. There lacks a significant catharsis, but more importantly, it avoids the most important rules of storytelling as though it was a plague. This person didn't like it. Apparently, there was an editor. Game of Thrones wannabe rather than Dragon Age wannabe. Jesus Christ. This isn't a love letter to epic fantasy. It's a suicide note. Did not finish. Bro. Am I gonna buy the book? I don't know. I didn't think about it, but the book's expensive for what it is, for this quality. It's like what? Hold on, it's like $26. Which I know, oh my god, but it's like for a book. Oh, I'm blurry. There you go. Like, look at this shit. It is. Gotta make sure, let's make sure nothing's exposed. You know how the internet were trying to dox you. Like, look at that. If I use it on my Kindle Unlimited, it's included. So maybe I actually might. But you can't see the price on this because I have it covered. But it is $26.99 for hardcover, $18.99 for paperback. I'm not spending money on that. We're just not. The suicide note though is a bar that would kill me. Holy shit. And then you have some of these reviews that seem like bot reviews, like purchase reviews. Like this seems like it also seems very chat GPT and outstanding burst out of the gate entry by Douglas that had me absolutely shocked. I didn't see those twists and turns coming. It's a gorgeous coming of age tale in a fantasy setting with all the traditional fantasy fare, such as elves, dwarves, magic, and taverns, but this book gave me what I wanted. Sitting around a fire talking bar fights, wizard cities, slow burn crushes, and the ominous stuff of a really crappy leadership. I love these characters. What an ending. That seems so generic. Great review. I'm very excited to read this. Wait, hold on. You absolutely must not do this. Hence, my PSA. The prologue is not representative of the book's quality. This is a great book, and for the right reader, it will likely be a new favorite. But the prologue is atrocious, and I'm sure it will make many stop reading the sample 10% and never borrow. It made me drop it, and I count myself lucky I picked it back up on a whim and stuck with it. That is not something I would put as a negative, as a positive for a review. And the prologue is bad. It's almost as if it was written by a whole different person than the rest of the book, because as soon as the first chapter opens and the author introduces us to exiled in his own family's castle, Prince Ragoth, there's a considerable shift in tone and rhythm. Within a few pages, Ragoth endeared himself to me, and I had a good idea of the kind of... So, okay, here's what I was thinking too. Let's go back to this. Does this not read as Chat GPT? Like I think if what they're saying is true, then I think that this part was in fact done by AI. Because he has people's names like Ragoth and whatever. You wouldn't just say like the Orc City. The Orc City burned and smoldered. The savage cries of its defenders now silent and still as its ruin was overseen by the architect of its very destruction. That's too confusing. So it's either this is written by AI or these are fucking like book voices, or these are fucking like bot reviews or something, because haven't enjoyed a fresh new fantasy read like this to such a degree in quite a while. John has created a rich and complex world, wonderful characters, and fascinating backstories that support a really engaging and fun adventure tale. Well written and super entertaining. Recommend. But there's nothing here. Like, at least this person talks about actual book. But damn, man, the colors on the cover very 2002. Step it up going forward. I mean, this is like, he pays someone to do this. I get that. That's fine. What's funny is that people are saying like this right here. One note, the first half or so was riddled with minor errors, most punctuation and missing words, small slips in spelling, grammar, etc. I pushed past them for the love of the story, though. I could understand if others didn't. Then, magically, the quality skyrocketed in the latter half. A few lingering errors remained, but hardly more than you'd catch in your average bestseller, and the writing kept me hooked to the end. So either this wasn't well edited, or there's like two different writers on this shit. LMA Orc City, this is ass. So this is definitely a recent addition from literally from today, and it's referencing Orc City. I wonder how many of these things are from today. I gave it a fair shake, but this book is pretty rough shit by the story. It has a lot of grammar mistakes. The dialogue fails the basic. Do real people talk like this test too often? It takes 600 pages of space to tell a narrative. I don't think it's justified dragging on so long. There was a review that I saw earlier where it was like the first 100 pages. Was it in Amazon? They're like the first 100 pages were like whatever. This is the same review. Oh, because it's also owned by the same company. That's right. Like I wrote, I was like, that seems like a lot. $652 pages. Damn, dude. Anyways, so that's what's been living in my head. So if you see like my Twitter, it's just fucking orc shit. I'm an artist from Orc City. This is my art. My reaction when someone makes light of the orc wars. Fuck you, we don't like your kind. Oh, I was not reading chat. I'm sorry. Hold on, wait. What are you guys saying? Do I feel bad for Alex Hernandez? The guy is talented, but it's a shame that most of his games turn to be buggy, like Mafia 3 or Mind's Eye. You know what? Honestly, I don't feel bad for him because it's not his games. Like I wouldn't I wouldn't be like, oh, this game's buggy. I sure do feel bad for the actors who play these characters. Now, would I feel bad for characters if they were done dirty by the story, like their parts were cut out or their characters were reduced? Yes. But yeah, I don't feel bad for him. He's still getting work in video games. It's awesome. Now I gotta buy it and read the whole thing. Listen, if I hit, I don't know, what's an arbitrary number? Let me get I'm at what? 4.4. Let me get like 5,000 subs and I will read that book, okay? You know, I'll make it, I promise you guys. 5K and I'll read a book. This sounds like I don't read. Yeah, let me get 5,000 subscribers and I'll definitely read a book. Oh, but I will say this. You saw that prologue. Right? So I'm gonna bring that one back up. And then we're gonna compare prologues. If my internet browser decides to cooperate. There we go. Okay. Open a new tab. Thank you. So we have, this is like when people do like gay son of thought daughter, but this is possibly AI written prologue or Mark Kern's writing for Ember. Gauge Striders by Grumps. So this is Gauge Striders by Grumps. Chapter 1, Contact. Kiri woke with a scream, his leg icy with pain. He gritted his teeth and stared over at the body in the snow, which was melting fast from the alien's decaying warmth. The snow phased from a solid into a wisp of acrid sulfur dioxide steam that made a screeching, icy sound. It looked like dry ice and stank like brimstone. Kiri turned and gagged. The smashed Omniframe exosuit he piloted barely managed to mirror his actions, and the mech lurched with his gasping as Kiri flicked the air filtration units on high. I don't understand what this says. Like, I'm not even trying to be funny here. This is the most confusing. Okay, first off, Kiri woke up with a scream, his legs icy with pain. Okay. I don't understand what icy with pain is. Like, but also he woke with a scream, his legs ice, his leg icy with pain, just one leg. He gritted his teeth and stared over at the body in the snow. Where is the body coming from? Like, if I'm waking up in pain, I'm not gonna like and automatically turn over unless I knew the body was there, which maybe this could be one of those like media resting, right? But then he says, in snow, which was melting fast from the alien's decaying warmth. Decaying warmth would mean that it's cooling, right? Like if something is warm and it's decaying, and to decay is like to, I guess, become lesser. Like if the body's decaying, it's decomposing, like it's dying. If the alien's warmth is decaying, that means the alien's getting colder. So this is a long roundabout way to just say the snow was melting due to the alien's heat. You could just say the snow was melting around the alien. But he has to explain it. Like, do the aliens run like, is it supposed to be like the aliens run hot, like really, really hot, and that's why? Because then don't put decaying. You said the body, just say the alien we could put two and two together. The weird part though is the snow phased from a solid into a wisp of acrid sulfur dioxide steam. So are you now trying to say that, like, what is it, the properties of the snow to do that, or the properties of the aliens decaying warmth? Also, how is it melting and now it's phasing? This is sublimation. Like, this isn't, because why would it be steaming? It sounds like I'm being nitpicky, but when I'm reading something, I like to visualize it. Like, the words are there to tell me the story, and you use descriptors to help me make that image. The thing is, you don't want to be so specific where you limit people's imaginations, because then you have to be overly descriptive, right? Like saying wisp of acrid sulfur dioxide steam. Now, you're saying it's acrid, so it's like, ugh, it smells like shit. But what is sulfur dioxide steam? What does that look like? What color is that? Right? Because the next sentence he just says, it looked like dry ice and stank like brimstone. You go from talking about acrid sulfur dioxide steam to dry ice and stank like brimstone, which I guess brimstone's not a real thing, but brimstone is often associated with the smell of sulfur dioxide. So he's effectively saying it smells like the same thing twice. Like, that's redundancy. And then what the hell is it? What's a screeching icy sound? What does that mean? And then just a hard pivot to the smashed Omniframe exosuit he piloted barely managed to mirror his actions. I'm sorry, he was in an exosuit this whole time? And the mech lurched with his gasping as Curie flicked the airbrush on. Okay, is the mech the exosuit? Because this doesn't read like that. This reads like he barely managed to pilot his thing, and then the mech lurched with his gasping as Kiri flicked. This seems like the mech is gasping, like maybe the mech was the alien, and he's gasping on the ground, dying. Could you say he was dead? And then Kiri is turning on his filtration units on high. Why would you have settings on air filtration? What? Why would it? Why? Why would I want to have high or low settings on air filtration? That's insane. Like, I think this one is way better written than this, because what Grums is doing, his mistake that he's making, is he's trying to throw every definition at you at once. It's worse than like when characters do the, as you know, exposition, right? This is, I have no smooth way of introducing this topic to you guys because I don't trust my writing or my audience to understand it. So we're going to just throw everything in there. So now you know, maybe, that these unnamed aliens have sulfur dioxide blood, and it's hot, and it sounds like icy steam when it's released. It also looks like dry ice and stink like brimstone. That could be the snow. I actually know what the fuck he's describing here. And that Omniframe exosuits, I guess, mirror the pilot's actions. And I guess they might be called the mech. And they have elf. It's too much. Like, I don't. This is the weird steam right now. But it's because, so I would fix this. I would say, first and foremost, you want to, hi, welcome to the lit stream. Not lit as in super awesome, lit as in books and writing. When you're describing something, there are two ways to go about it. One is, trusting your audience and using context. And the other is hammering them with information. The best way I can describe it, it's like if you guys read books, when they describe what the main character looks like amateur writing, which I guess I am an amateur, but like amateur writing, like high school level or like middle school level writing, it's the I looked in the mirror and saw myself. I love my blonde hair that goes down to my shoulders, but not more than I love my mother's eyes, or I love my eyes that I got from my mother, blue, like a summer sky. I put on my favorite shirt. It's like that's too like it's too amateurish and not natural. Like if you're looking at yourself in the mirror, maybe there's like an event happening that you have to look good for. Like you're like, oh, like David woke up late as always, but he couldn't afford to be late today. So when he got up, he ran past his bathroom and went straight into his kitchen, made himself some breakfast, caught his reflection in the glass, and decided maybe worth the effort to actually go to the bathroom. David goes to the bathroom, takes a look at himself. Does not look like a man who's about to get a promotion today. Then you start talking about maybe his beard is unkempt or his hair is messy. Like you don't want to fill up too much description of the character. What you want are important things. Like, God, I don't know why I keep thinking much to say it, but fucking Harry Potter, okay? The most important aspect of Harry Potter is the Thunderbolt, right? Yes, he has messy hair and he has glasses, but they don't describe the type of hair, right? They don't describe his height. They don't describe, the way his porcelain skin. They just said, bro has a fucking Thunderbolt because that's important. You want to point out things that make the character stand out. So when you're visualizing them, you have that one concrete thing about them. Like if you guys read comic books, Batman, Spider-Man, Peter Parker, Wonder Woman, all these people look different because different artists have different interpretations, but there are core things about them. Batman has blue eyes, black hair. Spider-Man has brown hair. And, obviously he's white, but that's it. Right? Diana, big flowing black hair, has her braces. Like there's certain things that they have consistent, but everything else is whatever. Right? That's what you want for a character. You don't want it to be like, this is how they specifically look all the time. It's like, yeah, I can see you being Spider-Man. I can see you looking like Peter Parker. I can see you looking like Thor. I can see you looking like Captain America because there's just certain things about them physically that make them stand out as main characters, but the main point to them is their personalities, who they are as people. What is your Harry Potter name? I don't have a Harry Potter name. I was never that deep into Harry Potter like that. So like when you see amateur over descriptive, yes. When you see things that are like overly descriptive, not necessarily bad, especially if you're like setting like in a fantasy where we're talking about the setting, but you have to dole that out slowly. Like one thing that Brandon Sanderson does very well is makes you understand the setting without overwhelming you. Brandon Sanderson doesn't have like really, 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 really strong prose. It's not his thing, right? Not saying he's a bad writer at all. He's literally like holding fantasy on his fucking shoulders right now. Like straight up fantasy, not romantasy. He's holding it. But like you can like Tolkien being over descriptive, that can lose people. So can being, not too over descriptive, just depending on what you want. But generally, you just want people to get an idea. When I was writing with my sister, I was like helping her write something, and she was describing this room, and she was looking at it in terms of film. She was looking at it in terms of if I were to put this on screen, and I was like, that's cool, but that's not what you want in a book because a book is not a movie. People can linger on words and paragraphs way longer than a camera does. So tell me what's important in here, right? Like, if I'm describing a room to you guys right now, let's do an exercise. I'm describing a room to you right now, and I say, close your eyes, and I say, all right, you open this door, and you hear the door creaking as you step onto the wooden floors. All around you is a rustic filled area. It seems very, very, very old. And there is a ragged carpet all on only one side of the room. It's oddly made. And on the left side of the room, it's completely devoid of anything. It almost looks like there's two different houses in one area. But in the center is a black mirror. I don't have to describe the roof, the kitchen, if there's even in one, right? Because I sort of threw descriptors out there. But it's rustic. It looks like it's two different rooms put together. One's devoid of anything. The other has all that shit. And then Black Mirror. I obviously want you to focus on two things. The fact that one room is devoid of everything while the other isn't. And a Black Mirror. Now, if I write an entire paragraph or two or three just talking about a chair, that better be the most important chair in the universe. That better be Chekhov's chair. I better get that chair referenced multiple times. Otherwise, you just wasted my time. It's sort of like in gaming when they try to advertise things like every character. What was that game? Final Fantasy 13 did this randomly, where they were like, every NPC has their own backstory. Who gives a shit? Like, that's how I feel when Ubisoft was talking about, like, now you can have this technology where you can use AI to infinitely generate conversations. It's like, great. Who cares? Who cares? How does that help the story being told? If I'm going to this NPC and we're having an infinite conversation, how much of this information is going to guide me to my next quest marker? How much is just filler? It's such a bad use of that technology. If I'm telling a story, which games that have actors in it 99% of the time are telling a story, what benefit does it have me as a player to be like, I can talk to the barista for 27 hours and she'll never run out of dialogue? Cool, but she's only supposed to tell you to go down the street to meet up with like the newspaper guy. Why do you need to know that she has a dog that she's had for 3 years? Is the NPC going to become an important character? Is her having a dog going to play into this? Oh, it's not? Then it's just filler content. Which is why you have editors when it comes to books. You would edit that line out. It's not important. In a movie, you'd cut that scene. Oh, this scene doesn't do anything. Exactly, though. If the NPCs add more to the story, like there's a way to make things feel more lived and enriched that goes beyond just give more dialogue or make graphics prettier or make world bigger, right? People talk about immersion and what have you. To me, it is in the moment, how real does this feel? Right? Like if I'm playing a game like Baldur's Gate 3, for example, right? I'm playing that game and I talk to NPCs and they're just like, don't bother me. I'm late for an appointment. And then you can follow that NPC and they go and it's like a parlor and you can't go inside of it. It's a scripted event. That's immersive to me because it's like, oh, these guys have their own lives. They're not waiting for me for them to start doing shit. They'll just do shit. Some like games where like if it's time based, like, hey, like Dark Souls, the From Souls series does it a lot. From Soulsborne series do it a lot where a character dies because you didn't act fast enough, right? And yeah, it's always esoteric and mysterious how they even find out to do that quest line, but it still happens. You might just happen upon a dead body with loot hanging there, right? But if you met them earlier, they build as characters. And they're not super important to the story, but it adds more depth and immersion to the world. Why would I want to talk to like, I don't know, like a salesman for 90 hours? Like, what is that at? Right? Like that's what I'm talking about. So even in writing, well, I shouldn't say even, especially in writing, the dialogue needs to do one of two things. Either move the plot forward or move characters forward. What I mean by that is, I think the first part is self-explanatory. If we're just talking like this, like I'm streaming for an hour, and all I do is talk about my shoe. Wow, my shoes are big, and I got them from here, and I wear them every day, and da 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 da. What does that have to do with me talking about Orc City? Now, do I go on tangents? Yes, all the time. But I eventually get to the point, and I don't have an editor in real life. I can just go forever. But if I am writing a story, making a movie, whatever, I have to have dialogue that either furthers the story. Like me telling you, oh yeah, there's a sale going down over at the Nike store, we should head over there. That is to set up the next scene of us being at the Nike store, right? That progresses the story. Or if someone goes like, dude, didn't you already go last week? It's like, yeah, we have different shoes. Okay, cool. Now we're progressing the character. Now we know more about the person, right? I'm a shoe collector. I am not. But in this fiction universe, I am. And that the person I'm talking to maybe is a little bit more conservative with their money. So you get characters out of that. If your dialogue doesn't do that, then it's worthless filler dialogue. So going back to the whole the Grum shit, like there's nothing here that tells you anything about the character, right? Granted, that might be in the next paragraph, but all you know is that it's a guy and he has leg pain. That's it. His reaction to the smell is not good, but that's a normal reaction to like something that stinks like brimstone. And same thing with this person's shit. There's nothing more revile than the orc, says the elfish king. It's like, okay, but like the book also described them as defenders of a city that was burned by you. Like there's no character here. There's things that happened. And the reason why I went all this detail, well, Orc City is funny, was because when we talk about video games, when we talk about good characters, bad characters, you often see people talking about it in terms of like, well, I like this character, I don't like this character. But they never really talk about the actual character. They talk about their feelings towards them. So like, for example, anytime there is a female character, the people, you know, the grifters, whatever, they automatically make an assessment of the character, not based on what the character actually says or does, but simply what they think the character will be. Perfect example, Intergalactic, the game that has not come out yet. They had already called Tati a lesbian space girl boss. Based off of the video, which is the only appearance she has, where she's fighting with her handler to take a mission that no one should take, and that's it. And they're like, oh, she's a lesbian girl boss. She's a lesbian girl boss because she's bald. And it's like, so nothing but the character. Nothing but the character. Oh, or more recently, Riri Williams. Right? How, mind you, I haven't finished the series yet, so. But even for episode 1, how you guys saw my video about these people listen to them, the Nux video and the Revy video I put together, right? And on the Revy part of the video, how he was blatantly lying about the character of Riri Williams because he doesn't care, because he's doing it for views. But these people are often looked at, oh, well, they're right, they're correct, because they assume these characters to be a certain way and they put that out there, but that's nothing to do with the character. They don't like a character because they're racist or sexist, but they can't say that. So they say they don't like her because, oh, well, she disrespects Tony Stark, and she absolutely does not. Like, in the first episode, they do not disrespect Tony Stark at all. She goes out of her way to say she's not going to roast him off rip because he contributed greatly to her field. That is not someone dissing you, saying you contributed greatly to my field, so I will not allow slander. That's kind of the opposite of disrespect, I would say. Riri's character is not this disrespectful mad at white people. Her character is she does not want to feel small, so she wants to go big. She has big ambitions, and she underestimates what it takes to reach her missions and how to go about it. That's her character, right? Like, she's smart. Yes, she has ingenuity, but she's not this like girl boss who hates everyone or makes men submissive. That's not her character. Same thing happened with She-Hulk. Oh, she thinks she's better than the Hulk but he's been through so much. It's like she's had to handle her anger because she's a woman and women get treated a certain way if they release their anger. So she's had to constantly manage her emotions. So she'd be better at managing her emotions than Bruce Banner, who never had to manage his emotions, right? Like, but again, they don't understand character. And these are the same people who will, like Grums, like these poorly written character, then they have no understanding of how characters work or what makes a character what. Like it's insane to me. Yeah, they also go by looks, absolutely. But they love the movie Sinners. Oh. I saw Birdman's video and I saw another guy's video was talking about that very fact. They couldn't talk about Sinners. Birdman showed his video, and in that, you see that the critical drinker, Mr. I want the best for Hollywood, even though I don't know how to review anything, did not put the review on the main channel. He put on his side channel where he could bury it. They don't like Sinners because they can't profit off of the outrage machine that they have contributed towards, right? So they skip Sinners and they'll go to like Elio, right? But Sinners defeats their entire channel, honestly. So they can't talk about it. But then they also have to hold on to that veneer of being an actual review. And I just love films. I love movies. Sinners is literally the best reviewed film of the year. I think one of the best reviewed films of the decade. And the like only original screenplay to like make as much money and has the ratings that it does. Like no one's just done it. Sinners is like the Expedition 33 of movies, right? And they can't talk about it. You've never heard of Sinners? You're looking at one right now. I can watch Birdman versus Drinkers all day. Honestly, dude, the critical drinker is one of the grifters I don't like talking about, and not because I'm afraid of them. Obviously, I've gone after bigger people, right? But it's because there's nothing that can be said about him that hasn't already been said by other people, including myself. He doesn't change. That's it. That's like the any critique that Berman has made against the critical drinker in one of his videos could be applied to any video going forward that critical drinker puts out, literally, because it's the same tactics. And even though I do have some usual customers on my page, I'm like at least they do somewhat different grips each time. For him, it's just literally saying the message. They're pushing the message, and they got the message, and that's it. The message, the message, the message, and then he will attribute a movie's success to I don't know, not anything else, but a movie's failure. Oh, because woke. Not because like while this movie was being filmed, the Hollywood strikes came out and that really hurt production and all that stuff too, or not because the fact that like, oh, COVID happened and so they had to cut certain things in order to get the movie to come out. Just like, is it a woman or a minority in the lead? Yeah, okay, that's why I bailed. Like, Knockley verbally said you can't say I'm racist for disliking Ironheart because I enjoy the movie Sinners. What? You can't dislike. Wait, you can't. Wait. Nerdrotic said you can't call him racist because he said you can't call him racist because he liked Sinners. So him disliking Ironheart. Okay, maybe he's not racist. Maybe he's sexist. Like, it's so funny when guys do shit like that because that sort of logic only applies to all the races, right? Like, imagine if I was like, what? You can't say I don't like white people because I watch Spider-Man. So that means I can shit on every other movie that's ever come out. That's white people in it because I like Spider-Man. People, oh no, that's weird. But they can say, I'm not racist. I like sinners. This is like, oh, I voted for Obama. Like, hey, I don't know how to tell you this, but you know what? Slave owners hung around a ton of black people, and they were surprisingly not their biggest fan. Like, ugh, I love that. Wait. Do we want to go to hell for a little bit? Do we want to let's go to hell for a little bit. I ask if you guys have any control of what video I'm going to play for you guys. But I want to see, where did Nerdrotic say this shit? Like, when did he say that? Oh, he has an Ironheart review? Ironheart is an iconic disaster. Oh my god, wait. Oh wait, okay. All right. Okay, now fellas. First and foremost, I love the fact that they always have to do that with the thumbnails, where they'll try to make like they're dumb, and it's like Birdman called this shit out a month ago, right? And then it's like, oh my god, dude. It's fucking Iron Shart, a masterclass in bad morality. I love channel. I fucking love when people show their whole asses. I love that so much. First off, can I just say something real quick? YouTube, you cannot get mad at me. I'm also black. What the fuck happened to Tyrone Magnus? Like, this nigga used to be so happy. He used to be the happiest, jolliest black man on YouTube. And then overnight just became this fucking miserable piece of shit person. Just wanted to mention that real quick. It feels like I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but like I think the clone shit was real, because what the fuck? Like, they just swapped him out. Like oh, sorry, it's texting. But like, it's like, I don't know what happened to Tyrone, but Lord give me strength. Like, this is okay. Nerdrotic has made 1, 2, 3, 4 videos, in this 1 month. Okay. Ironheart's hilarious done. The MCU needs to end. Ironheart is an iconic disaster. Didn't he really use that? An iconic disaster is incoming. So this is what you call priming. He's priming his audience a month before the series premiered, already calling it a disaster. Right? He's gearing up for it. And if you guys have seen my video with, again, Revy, you know that Ironheart is actually a big success for Marvel, which they desperately needed. In fact, I believe it's now like, what, 85%? Hold on, let me make sure. It's like, what, 85% on... It's certified fresh on Rotten Tomatoes, I believe. 86%. 86%, which has it higher than Squid Game. Now, obviously, I know this is not the end all be all when it comes to. I understand that. I know. But he's trying to say that this is an iconic disaster, right? So let's put on our listening devices, which for me is this headphones, and we're gonna go to hell for a bit. I have not finished Ironheart yet. I'm being full disclosure, but I'm pretty confident I can say it is not the worst live action Marvel ever made. I will say from episode 1, if we're doing it out of like, I don't like to do scale, but out of 10, I'd say it's like a 6. There's a little too much exposition for my liking too soon, but that's the worst of it. All right, let's see.
Thorne is back as brilliant engineer Riri. Is that right? Riri Williams.
How do you think Ironheart will shift the narrative for the coming generations?
Yikes.
I love that lyric. Looks like us, you know what I mean? Long nails, long hair, popping out here.
After starting on a Marvel show, like, where do I go from here?
It's directed by 2 black women.
Black Girl Magic!
I think we have a very special message. I think you've got to recognize who this is.
For 400 years.
Okay, so we can already see what's happening here, right? It's the same shit. Doesn't even talk about, when is she talking about the show? A minute and 26 seconds before he even potentially talks about it. So again, what we're doing here is priming the audience. He's priming the audience. There is no positive feelings coming into it. There's no neutral feeling coming into this video. It's completely going to be negative. I know the title says it's disaster, but the video itself has no emotional or mental pathway towards having a positive feeling about the show. It's only going to be negative. And to reinforce that point, what does he show? He shows just part of the scene when someone goes like, yikes.
For the coming generations.
Yikes.
That's it. Right? And then it's, oh my God, you guys, black people being happy to see themselves represented. Terrible. Oh my God, a queer person? What the fuck? And then
Black Girl Magic!
It's directed by 2 black women.
Black Girl Magic!
like, wow.
I think we
And like, it's great. Like having to use this image of Robert Downey Jr. from Tropic Thunder because he can't have Iron Man. He can't have Iron Man saying, hey, I think you'll do a good job, Riri. Me, Iron Man, the white superhero that these fucking nerds seem to think was Jesus, whose reputation was perfect. They can't have him say that. So it has to be, let's take it from a different movie where he's black. Because that will somehow make this a joke.
Like the dumbest motherfucker that ever lived. Just farting in bathtubs and laughing your ass off.
Man.
It's high science, man. It's art form. You an artist.
Oh my god, thank you.
Never go for a retard.
Nerderotic.com.
Friends, Disney
Look, this-
Marvel's had a rough time of late. It's been almost a year since the release of Deadpool and Wolverine, the billion-dollar box office smash, and as predicted, it was just an anomaly and it would be right back to the regular scheduled Disney Marvel programming, and it's been all downhill from there. Despite Bob Iger repeatedly saying over years when it comes to Disney Marvel that they were going to start focusing on quality over quantity, over the last 9 months, the opposite has happened as Disney Marvel has put out a steady sewage stream of slop.
Is he really going to say Daredevil was slop? I should stop the video right here. I should stop the fucking video right here.
Featuring A and B list characters that even comic book fans would have a hard time caring about.
Oh, what a weird concept. Marvel's using A and what? First off, what? A and wait, what?
Opposite has happened
Wait.
as Disney Marvel has put out a steady sewage stream of slop featuring A and B list characters.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Marvel's putting out movies with A-list characters? What? What a bad move. And B-listers? Motherfucker, what do you think the Avengers were? The Avengers were B-listers. The A-listers are Marvel, Spider-Man, and the X-Men. Okay? The Avengers was a bunch of B-listed superheroes that had like middling success with their individual comic books, did the Avengers, that popped off, and then they all popped off. You mean to fucking tell me you knew Guardians of the Galaxy before? You think the MCU fans knew who the fuck Peter Quill was? Or Groot? That wasn't even the original incarnation of the Guardians of the Galaxy they put on the screen, mind you. So to be like, oh, well, Marvel putting out fucking A and B-list characters no one would know about, they're A-list characters. They would know about them.
That even comic book fans would have a hard time caring about.
That's fucking Spider-Man. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Ant-Man was in the original Avengers. I know. The original Avengers was Ant-Man, Janet Van Dyne, aka the Wasp. Although he wasn't, I believe he wasn't Ant-Man back then. I think he was Yellow Jacket. Anyways, or Giant Man. I don't know. Hank Pym's had a lot. But it was Hank Pym, Janet Van Dyne, and then it was Iron Man, and then Thor. Because Captain America came later. And then the original story, I believe, was Hulk was actually the bad guy that Loki like mind warped the fucked with, and that caused the Avengers to join together. They didn't meet Captain America until after that.
That are radically altered in some form or another, be it the passing of a mantle or just an outright race and gender swap, so these characters can reflect the Los Angeles that they live in today.
Los Angeles. Because Los Angeles is the whole world. And also, there's no one who gives a shit about the Wolf's character being played by an Asian person. I'm so sorry. There's no big Jing the Wolf fans.
We've gotten theater kids Marvel with Agatha all along.
The gayest project Marvel has ever done.
Yup.
Which admittedly is the best performing Disney Marvel thing since Deadpool and Wolverine, coming in 45th on the Nielsen Top 100.
Yeah, well, there's no accounting for taste.
But after that, Captain African American flopped. Daredevil flopped.
Oh, wow.
The Thunderbolts flopped. And
Wait, Daredevil flopped? What are you talking about? Also, Captain African America. I know he's a racist. I know Nerdrotic, the guy who used to sell drugs, true story, to outside comic books. I know he's a racist. I understand that. But like, you couldn't let that just be Captain America flopped. That's it. Well, Captain African America, but then just Daredevil, not like Blind Devil or British Devil. He's British. That's worse. And like Thunderbolt flop. Actually, I'm sorry. What do they mean it flopped? It's a TV show. 80% average on popcorn meter. 87, it's certified fresh. What are we talking about? What do they mean? What do they mean by like flop by what standard? 8 out of 10 on IMDb. What do you mean flop? It's getting a season 2. Look. Cosmic Book News, which I've talked before. It's not a reliable website. It's a website literally off the right wing, okay? Daredevil Born Again canceled after season 2, hence Vincent D'Onofrio. We know for season 1 that doesn't look good, which could signal Daredevil Born Again will be canceled after season 2. What Ironheart also tanks? Really? Again, it was one of the most, it's lies. They're lying. Every other legitimate website is talking about season 2. Vince D'Onofrio plans for Daredevil Born Again season 3. if season 2, you know, does well, whatever, or they continue to season 2, that's a regular TV show. That's a regular TV show. If we continue the show, we have more ideas. But if we don't get a third season, we have like that's literally just how TV shows operate. I know people aren't used to that coming from Marvel, right? Which is fair, but that's how TV shows fucking operate. You hope you go on long enough to tell your story, but like you also can get canceled. Also, lots of good shows get canceled. Look at what fucking Netflix does. Like what are we doing?
Like coming in 45th on the American flop. Marvel, the house of out of ideas, was expecting at least one win in there. A win they didn't get, and this brings us to Ironheart. Maybe Kevin Feige
after 2 fucking minutes
sneak this in between a couple of hits. Turns out that was
not a great plan.
Not only not a great plan, the worst plan in the history of plans. If you recall, Ironheart was announced on December 10th, 2020, and filming was completed in November of 2022. And then Kevin Feige actually watched it.
It was at this moment that he knew. He f***ed up.
And after 2.5 years and almost a dozen attempts to re-edit this turd, they could delay it no longer, and they finally released a trailer in the shortest amount of time in Marvel's history and herstory between any MCU project's first trailer and its release date.
Iconic.
Which was ratioed into oblivion for good reason.
Hey, so that's not a real actual thing. That's one of those extensions that they use to track dislikes, which, let's be really real. Side note here, side note here for a second, okay? You know how much of a fucking loser you have to be to want to see how many dislikes a video on YouTube's gotten? It doesn't matter what we're talking about here. These are never representative of the public at large. And we know this because one of the most disliked videos in, like, especially for the gaming side of YouTube, was like one of the like Call of Duty, and Call of Duty sells $1 billion worth of content every fucking time it comes out. These things do not matter. You are looking at a sample size of people who are on YouTube who either are part of this culture war bullshit, so they'll downvote anything, which this is definitely what this is about, or they care enough about something to actually vote on it. It's no different than when like CNN or NBC or what have you does a poll, and it's of the people who came to our website and then completed the poll. This is what they said, which is a subset of a subset of a subset of a subset. And then even within that small subset, there are people who can just want to kick this, you know, kick shit stirs. Like, this is a bad metric to go by. No, the dislike extension is not trustworthy at all.
Iconic.
Because it turns out adapting an unpopular character from an unpopular comic that was canceled multiple times.
Yeah, that's never happened. There's no comic on that list that they're showing that's ever been canceled. Also, I love that he says unpopular, and then she's in 45th. 44th was the Immortal Hulk. So is the Hulk an unpopular character? 39th is the Flash. Is the Flash an unpopular character? Like, and also, what is this chart showing? What is he covering here? What do these two numbers mean? Does it mean it started at 45 and now is at 28? Does it mean it started at 28 and 45? Are these number of weeks? What's this number one? Like, is it the number one selling? Is it like it doesn't give you any reference. So this is incomplete. They're showing you.
And then deciding to have the genius idea to adapt it into a television show that cost between $100 and $150 million, coincidentally greenlighting it right after the events of the Summer of Love, purely as a virtue signal, adds to the Olympus Mons.
Yeah, dude. That's my favorite part. I was waiting for this dumbassery. So, you do not greenlight shows. The show came out, was what? He said 2020, right?
If you recall, Ironheart was announced on December 10th, 2020, and filming was completed in November of 2022.
So, hey. So when they say the Summer of Love, just so you guys know, it's like the BLM stuff. It's like that's what they're talking about. Like they say that shit as a reference to that. If that were true, wouldn't they have released it like right after Wakanda Forever came out? Or like released it like in December? Because they're just trying to capitalize on that. Fuck the quality, just put it out right then and there. They are making massive assumptions about what's happened behind the scenes because they have no idea what it takes to go into production of something, which you should know when it comes to being creative. People like Nerdrotic aren't. So they don't understand that there's timing for things. They don't understand there's also external factors. You also had shit like the fucking SAG after strikes happening. So these people wouldn't be able to like promote their product, right? Did we think about that? Did we think about the strikes?
To the Olympus Mons of evidence that Bob Iger and Kevin Feige
or COVID.
What the f they're doing?
And despite Kevin Feige himself reportedly saying that Marvel feels more like homework than entertainment, Ironheart requires homework. But it's really not that much. According to Disney Plus, all you need to watch is Iron Man, Iron Man 2, Iron Man 3, Doctor Strange, Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, Black Panther, Black Panther Wakanda Forever, and What If.
Okay.
But there is some good news. You don't have to watch any of that or this show. So after almost a half a decade from conception to excretion.
Half a decade? Half a decade? The show wrapped in 2022. It came out in 2025. What are you talking about? It wrapped 3 years ago.
Ironheart has arrived. And unsurprisingly, we have to break this meme out one more time because our expectations were low, but holy fuck. Keeping in mind, Kevin Feige in these last 5 years had every opportunity to shit-can this for the write-off, but instead he made the worst mistake
We are 4 minutes into an 18-minute video, and we have not spoken once about the show. Do you understand what I mean when I say that these guys want to just prime their audience? Almost nothing was about the actual show. Fucking 4 minutes and 44 seconds of preamble about his grievances with Marvel as a whole. Nothing to do with the fucking show.
Imaginable by actually releasing it, and no, it's not being undersold. After 3 episodes, this is by far the worst live-action Marvel ever made. It is indeed the Marvel's acolyte, although maybe not as funny. At best, it's 25 minutes of content stretched across an hour and a half, not counting the 18 minutes collectively of credits, which were sweet relief.
18 minutes. Okay. This is what happens when you have nothing to say. 18 minutes of credits, you guys. Whoa. In 3 episodes, a total of 18 minutes were the credits that people always skip. Mind you, these episodes aren't like fucking 10 minutes long. Episode length. Runtime. Each episode is about 42 to fucking 60 minutes. Ironheart TV consists of 6 episodes with varying lengths ranging from 40 to 57 minutes. The first episode is 41 minutes, while the final episode is 40 minutes. As a Reddit user notes, that the other episodes and runtimes are 48, 53, 50, and 57 minutes respectively. So you're almost getting an hour each episode. On the low end, 40 minutes, over half an hour. And then you're getting credits. And he wants to make it seem as if the first 3 episodes, so episode 1, so 40, and then 48, 53. So that's 88, that is what? 133 minutes total. Out of 133 total minutes, 18 of those minutes were credits? Whoa. Wow, dude. What a negligible percentage.
The show could be best described as boring, frequently interrupted with the purest forms of cringe, and unintentionally hilarious due to the portrayal of diverse characters in the most stereotypical way possible. I've put this off long enough. Let's talk about Iron Shark. Now, credit where credit is.
Why do they do that? Why do they think they have to come up with these witty names? And it's always like something with shit. Iron Shark. Oh, wow, dude, it took you what? A whole 3 seconds to think of that banger of a joke? Did we not see other thumbnails also saying Iron Shard? They're not even original with their insults.
Do a show that clearly knows it's one and done, doesn't waste any time, and alienates the audience right off the bat, because this is how it starts.
Here we go, okay. Just to let you know, your girl finna be bigger than jobs. Right. Bigger than gates. Right. Bigger than pimp.
That's actually not how the show starts.
Right. Bigger than Stark. Yeah. Come on.
No.
The only thing
That's
your
not how it
girl
starts.
finna be is as big of a failure as the Marvels. But to be fair, she could...
Also, don't think I didn't catch the smoke detector. This is obviously someone who doesn't hang around black people. I know it says edited by Quarter Black, but he doesn't hang on black people. He doesn't understand kids being overly confident, black kids talking like this, because Nerdrotic doesn't like black people. And this is what I said in my other video too. These people are so afraid of other cultures that if a show is proudly, blatantly steeped in another culture, it automatically turns them off. Automatically turns them off. Like they have the biggest ick with it. They can't, oh, black people, black joy, black neighborhoods, oh, I can't deal with it. She just says she's going to be the biggest of them all. Yeah, what character? No other character has ever had those kind of aspirations. You're right, dude.
Potentially be as big of a villain as Bill Gates. Now, if that wasn't bad enough, Riri's friend Natalie says this.
What do you want more than anything? A knife with thorn his hammer.
And his hammer? Well, I guess that's on brand.
Oh no, you guys. Oh no, girls making joke? Wow.
Disney.
You flick too hard, damn it!
Anyway, most of the first episode is...
No, and thing is too, he cussed that part out. Then she says, then Riri checks her on that. She's like, come on, like B says. She's like, I don't, just to be happy. That's what she says. She wants to be happy. Because they're setting it up for something that happens in the future, still in an episode, which is why they put that in the beginning. See, if you know anything about storytelling, or you knew anything about art in the beginning at all, right? You could see these are small character moments. This is Riri shooting big ambitions, wants to be bigger than Steve Jobs, bigger than Tony Stark. And her friend, while joking at first, just wants happiness. Riri wants all these things, and her friend wants happiness. That's important.
Is dedicated to getting to know.
Also, I know I'm pausing a lot, but he says that line about that part of the court. What did he feel about when they said that's America's ass? What about that? Is that okay? What about Deadpool and Wolverine? Nothing but gay jokes. Is that okay? Oh, but a heterosexual girl saying she'd want to bang a god. Oh. Ooh. Women can't have fun and have agency.
Riri Williams, and I gotta say up front, she is the definition of grace and humility.
I'm here because I can be the greatest inventor of my generation. I'm gonna need the equivalent of a whole vibranium mountain to be great. Due respect, Detroit, what do I get out of matriculation? Some job in Palo Alto with a tiny window and a bunch of guys I have to pretend to like? I wanna build something undeniable. You want me to be small, but I refuse.
Now it's here where she gets called out on her and it's also an unintentional description of the show.
That's a hot pile of garbage.
But then it's right.
Look, I'm repeating myself. This is the same fucking thing that Rev does. It is a character flaw. It is a character flaw. That's why in the story, they pointed it out. And she said, that's bullshit, right? That's why they said that. That's why she's like this. And also, the fucking montage she uses is like, let's break through this scene by scene. It's like,
of my generation.
I want to be the greatest invention of my generation. Oh my God, how dare you not be humble? How dare you want to be shit?
I'm gonna need the equivalent of a whole vibranium mountain to be great.
And that section, she's referring to the fact that she doesn't have access to the vibranium she had when she was in fucking Wakanda.
Due respect, Detroit.
Like, what is that? What?
Out of matriculation. Some job in Palo Alto with a tiny window and a bunch of guys I have to pretend to like? I want to build something.
Like, and then that part, she's saying she doesn't want to be small, which she says explicitly. But she, at her young ass age, had already made an Iron Man suit, something that literally no one else was able to successfully do. Like, she is part of the reason why there's even a war in Wakanda, her technology. Like, that's why they wanted her. It's like, fucking hell, dude.
Undeniable. You want me to be small, but I refuse.
Now it's here where she gets.
Here's this part.
But then it's right back to it.
You, Riri Williams, are making an iron suit.
People are obsessed with them. I could build 1,000 other things, and no one would care. But if I could build one of them, better than everyone else, people got no choice but to respect me.
And it wouldn't be Disney Marvel if they weren't taking a shot at the legacy character.
Here we go. Here we fucking go. Here we go.
That she was supposed to be replacing.
I need cash, money. Do you think Tony Stark would be Tony Stark if he wasn't a billionaire?
Tony Stark was able to.
I love this. I love this so much. I love this so much. I love this so much because, first off, if you watched Iron Man 1, you know that he doesn't fucking mean he literally built his first Iron Man suit out of scraps. He was supposed to be building the Jericho missile for the 10 rings. So they gave him the materials to build that. And he used said materials to make his Iron Man suit. Do you think he was actually using fucking scraps? Do you, Neurotic? Do you think he was actually using junk parts to make his suit? He also had someone else helping him with that. So this wasn't Jeff Bridges being literal. He's saying in comparison to the technology they have at Stark Tech, that was a box of scraps and he made the suit. But not that the actual materials were garbage, just by comparison to the access that they have. Also, yes, Tony Stark would not be Tony Stark if he wasn't a billionaire. That's what afforded him the ability to actually make proper Iron Man suits, especially at scale. Like, how is this the hard concept to understand? And also, Riri Williams lives in the Marvel Universe, okay? Let's say in our universe, I am a super genius and I make an Iron Man suit and I have all this money, all this shit, but I also was tortured and all this stuff too, right? You're not going to know that because all you would have seen is billionaire gets kidnapped and then billionaire becomes Iron Man. You don't see the rest of that stuff. That's what we, the viewers, get to see. We get to experience things with the person we're following. In Riri's universe, she doesn't see that shit. So for her, she's going to have a very specific view of Iron Man, which is he's a rich guy, because he is. And his wealth allowed him access. If he wasn't rich in the first place, he wouldn't even literally be Iron Man. He's Iron Man because he was a rich weapons manufacturer / dealer, the merchant of death, they called him. And then he was so good at killing people, he created the Jericho missile, promoted as like, this is the missiles to end all missiles, end all wars or whatever. And then he was kidnapped. Thanks to his business partner, because his business partner wanted to take over his multi-billion-dollar company. Do you understand how all of this happens because he's rich? None of this happens because he's poor. He doesn't get to be Iron Man without money. That's the point of what statement she's making. Not disrespecting Tony Stark, but she even says it in the part he cut off. She says no shade. But like keeping it real, yes, the money makes him. Like, it's such a dumb talking point, and it just shows how much you guys do not engage with your brain.
Build this in a cave with a box of scraps.
How come you're not working at, like, I don't know, Stark Industries or something?
He contributed immensely to the field, so I won't roast Tony Stark off rip. But I don't have $1 billion.
Tony Stark was
in that one clip. You're so stupid. That one clip absolutely explains everything. I will not disrespect Tony Stark. After he just said Marvel was taking shots at their legacy characters, has a clip of the character who's replacing him saying she's not going to disrespect him off rip, and in fact, he contributed greatly to the field. And then she says, but I don't have $1 billion. Yeah. And Tony Stark did. So he could make his own suits and do that. Like it's such a it's such a it's so fucking like dumb.
Build this in a cave with a box of scraps.
But it doesn't end there, because the crack, or more accurately described, on-crack writing team at Disney Marvel attempts to make Riri even more endearing by having her get expelled for selling completed tests to students.
You sold completed.
Does he not understand? Oh my God. This has to be intentional. This has to be intentional. There's no way. There's no way you've never seen a movie before. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way.
Assignments to students at every school in the area.
After that, Riri steals the Iron Fart suit that
okay, so does not steal the suit. They quite literally let her go take it.
She thinks she's entitled to because she built it with money from a grant.
She built that with her own grant money.
And she flies home to Chirac with the help of the MIT AI, who's a gay pencil.
What's up? I'm Trevor.
A gay, oh my God, dude, like, can you guys not go 3 seconds without trying to do some fucking dog whistle? Is your audience attention span so minimal because of the brain what you've been putting out on their screens that every second has to be culture war dog whistles? Like,
steals the Iron
didn't steal
suit that she thinks she's entitled to.
And then they try to think for you that she thinks she's entitled to. MIT let her take it.
Because she built it with money from a grant.
And yes, she is entitled to. They literally say, everything that belongs to you, you can take. That's what they say. That is literally her suit. It does belong to her. She didn't build it with MIT's money. She built it with a separate grant.
She built that with her own grant money.
She built that with her own grant money. This is so fucking stupid. This is so fucking stupid. If I got a loan from a bank to go to school to MIT and I use that money to build something, it is mine. And they let her take it.
And she flies home to Chirac with the help of the MIT AI, who's a gay pencil.
A gay pencil? He just said step on Trevor.
I'm Trevor.
How was that gay?
MIT's teaching robot and virtual operational resource and your very own AI assistant.
Violin.
And your very own AI assistant.
He doesn't say, oh my God, these guys are such losers, bro. You guys are such losers. I hope they see this. Neurotic, you're such a fucking loser. You're like 50 years old doing this shit, man.
Now, if the show ended with her being expelled 10 out of 10, unfortunately it didn't. But if you're a viewer out there who made it past this part and to the end of the first 3 episodes, you deserve reparations.
Hey, yo, get off the street.
So Riri makes it back home, cut off from her gay pencil AI and broke. And through a series of contrived events, she runs across another race-swapped character.
A series of contrived events. You like how they gloss over literally everything? What happened was, first off, she goes home, she talks to her mom. And then one of her old buddies comes to her house. And so they go out. And that's where you had that one scene where he says, Riri Williams, why aren't you working at, so-and-so? Oh, no, sorry. That's a good scene when he goes like, Riri Williams, you did X, Y, and Z. You're making robots. And she's like, I can make 1,000 other things. That scene happens. And then after that scene, he invites her to a garage, which is where her stepdad used to work, his own garage, because they're building up character. And then she is trying to get some stuff out that she can use to make a suit to salvage. And then she can't afford it. And then the person who works for Parker Robbins comes to her where you get that scene where he says, how come you're not at like Stark Tech or something? And then he offers her a job and she needs money. It's called a fucking plot, dude.
Character from the comic books, the Hood, who we will now call Da Hood, and his League of
The Hood. Mind you, Parker Robbins is a nobody. In fact, I promise you, none of you knew who Parker Robbins was before this show. And like how he says "the Hood" as if he's black. That's a Latino man. So that's so fucking weird to me. It's so weird.
Extraordinary they thems who we'll get to later. And just in case for a moment you forgot that Riri Williams was a genius, they decide to remind you again.
I heard Riri Williams was a genius, but I said to myself, Parker, you gotta meet this kid up close.
Quick reminder, that was a line of dialogue that was written by a human, delivered by a human, sound edited by a human, edited by a human, and approved by a human, and actually released by other humans.
I like how he's trying to isolate this dialogue as if it's like something atrocious.
Parker, you gotta meet this kid up close.
People have spoken like that. People have said stuff like that. It's, and then he's like, in case you forgot she's a genius, they have to remind you again. And doesn't show you the fact that she MacGyvered her way out of a fucking bomb situation.
Quick reminder, sound released by only join this criminal organization when they promise they don't hurt anybody.
Look, I don't want to hurt anyone.
It's not like that.
Okay, so what do you do?
Theft, extortion, breaking and entering.
See, it's fine. Now, most of the next 2 episodes dedicate an excruciating amount of time reconnecting Riri Williams with her dead best friend who's now an AI. So for the sake of your valuable time and our collective sanity, I'll try to get through this briefly. The one component Riri Williams needed to get her suit working again was an AI, which she was able to pull off after knowingly taking money from a criminal organization.
I want to remind you guys that Tony Stark used to sell weapons used to kill people and also killed people. Okay? Tony Stark used to sell weapons for billions of dollars and is still considered a hero. She is desperate for money. And so she took money from illicit activities, sure, but you knew that going into it. Like, that's the thing too. Like, they act as if Riri Williams is not becoming a hero, but already is a hero. We're not going to watch the rest of this because I feel like it's just going to be the same bullshit, right? It's just going to be like, there's no point in watching this. Nerdrotic is a fucking dumbass. Look, Iron Shark. Wow. It's just, I don't know how else to say this. These guys are so fucking dishonest or just stupid and think their audience is the same way as them that they will lie to you and act as if Riri Williams is already a hero and she's doing bad guy things and not a hero's journey. This would be like in like the original Spider-Man movies, if like Peter Parker was a wrestler, which he was, right? And didn't stop that guy, and they're just like, wait, how was he supposed to be a superhero? He didn't use his abilities to stop someone from doing wrong. God, I wonder if that's going to become important to his character growth later on, you know? Like, that's the way they're looking at it. You can take literally every hero. Why didn't Batman stop his parents from being shot? He just let them be shot in an alleyway, and that's your hero? Superman let his planet blow up, and that's your guy? Like, that is how they are looking at this, which is the dumbest way to look at this shit. It is so obvious that these are heroes' journeys. These are moments in a hero's life that lead them down the path of heroism. That's why. And also, Ant-Man's been in fucking jail. Like, Ant-Man started his movie. He was in jail. I don't see anyone up in arms about him being a hero. He broke into places too. He was a thief. Yeah, guess what? He has his PhD in things like electronics or something, or like electrical engineering. But he was a thief. He broke into places. He was hired to steal the Ant-Man suit. He was hired to do crime by Hank Pym. Why is there not a huge outrage for that? But oh my God, Riri Williams took like $10,000 from her cut and like made an AI. Oh no. Like, that's the level of dishonest critical, I wouldn't say critical thinking, dishonest grifter thinking, where it has to be case by case and you have to ignore context. There is no further story. Riri just likes stealing stuff and doing crime. There's no character development from this, you guys. Nope, this is your superhero. Look how bad she is. It's just like when that Relooted game was shown and all these guys were like, you're going to have a game with a bunch of black people stealing and that's representation? It's like, oh, so we're going to ignore the context that they are taking back what was taken from them by museums? Interesting. Do you also hate Robin Hood? Do you also hate Batman because he's above the law and Spider-Man because they're vigilantes? Do you also hate that too? Or is it only bad representation when it's black people doing it? Killmonger was absolutely fucking right. Their ancestors didn't pay a fair price for it. Since you play Stellar Blade, did you play Forspoken? I've not played Forspoken, actually. I wanted to get around to that game. Now it's like dirt cheap. I'll probably give it a shot. But like, this is why I don't watch videos from like Nerdrotic or Critical Drinker, because it's literally the same shit. It is literally the same exact talking points, because they all have their marching orders. They will all talk about how she's disrespecting Iron River. No, she's not. They'll talk about her being a thief and then all this stuff, calling her a killer when she's not. Like, they will do all of these same exact points because all they care about is the views and engagement. That's fucking it. There is no honest love of the media. There is no honest love of the media or the mediums they consume or engage with. They will ignore so much and assume so much just to make money, which is why I've stated in my video when I talked about how I went viral again, that I'm not motivated by money, because it's easy. It's easy to do this. It's literally so easy to do it on a day-to-day basis. It's so easy that Nerdrotic has 4 videos on Ironheart. Like, it's so easy that in that video 9 days ago, he says you suffer through it. This TV show sucks. And it's terrible. And then he releases another video on this series. Now, I ask you, if you were telling someone, hey man, this TV series has 12 episodes and it's after the first one, I said it was garbage and dog shit, I don't want to watch it anymore, no one should watch it, why would you then watch the remaining 11 episodes? Or sorry, the remaining 10 episodes? No, 11, I can do math. Why would you watch the remaining 11 episodes? If you said the first 3 episodes were fucking garbage and bad and terrible, why are you watching it to completion? Oh, because you need views. That's why. This isn't about quality. This isn't about actually giving a shit. This isn't about trying to make your space better. This is about money, which is why all of his videos, like, and he has so Nerdrotic, where would your channel be without the MCU? Like, legitimately. Hollywood girl bossed, too close to the sun. Doctor Who ends in disaster. Oh no. You guys, so many things end in disaster, and it's just like, I guess these will never come back. Rachel Zegler. Oh man. MCU supercut. That's all they have. Like, it's just, Look at this. Captain America 4 is a disaster. And then it's in the same month. It's a flop. It's like, it's just, you guys, he has these same topics. Hollywood, this is why you lose. Hollywood's bad. Hollywood's doomed. Captain for America's doomed. Can Superman save Hollywood? No, because you said Hollywood is broken 3 months later. Like, and have you noticed what movie is suspiciously not in the thumbnails? I'll give you a hint. Something came out after Acolyte and before Ironheart. There was a certain vampire movie that came out that seems to have somehow gotten past Mr. Care About Hollywood. Weird, huh? Weird how there's no sinners on here. But surely he's spoken about it, right? Drinker extra shots. Interesting. Critical Drinker After Hours. Critical Drinker After Hours has 400,000 subscribers, right? Almost 500,000 subscribers. His main channel, has 2 million subscribers, and yet he's quick to do Jurassic World Rebirth. Holy shit. Jurassic World Rebirth just came out like what? Yesterday? Jurassic World Rebirth was released on the 2nd. He put a video out on this. This is Critical Drinker now. He put a video on this a day ago. So on the 4th. He put this video out during 4th of July. He was quick to go on Ironheart. Quick to do 28 years later. Random movie Heaven's Gate. But nothing about Sinners. That's so weird. Nothing on the main channel about Sinners. That's so odd. Because he dropped the extra shots video.
Now, one of the questions that I keep getting asked more times than I can.
He dropped this one a month ago. You asked for it, you got it. Here's my review on Ryan Coogler's Sinners. It's so fun. It's interesting. It's interesting because
now one of the questions
on his After Hours channel, he doesn't really do reviews, right? These aren't like reviews. It's like other shit, streams and open bar, all that stuff too. When his videos rarely make like 100K, right? But then when unless there's like a big topic, like The Last of Us, but then he just throws in Sinners here. Drinkers Extra Shot Sinners. And everything else is a chaser, open bar, chaser, open bar. I'm trying to see when was the last shot he posted. Drinkers Chasers. Let me know when you guys see another extra shot. We're 4 months past now. Last orders. Oh, Drinkers Extra Shots. So 5 months ago. And then 3 months later, he does it for a current film. No, 4 months later, he does it for a current film. I just find that shit to be really interesting. I find it to be really interesting. That's how it shakes down. The movie that has done extremely well, that would have gotten him traction because it was a popular film, puts it on his secondary channel a month ago. I don't think Sinners came out. Sinners came out in April. He posted a month ago. That's June. So almost 2 months after the movie came out, he posted his review of Sinners on his secondary channel. I wonder why that's. I wonder why that happened. Like, I'm telling you guys, it's they never care. They never care about the actual shit that they're talking about. It is just ways to make money. That's it. That's it. Like, just a way to make money. Just a way to make money. That's it, dude. And yeah, I know he couldn't fit it on his main channel because then that defeats the whole purpose of their channel. And that's their problem with them, right? They have agendas. They will always say everyone else is pushing agendas. Everyone, the liberal media, the leftists, they're all pushing their agenda. Critical Drinker will literally say they're pushing the message. And yet, too pussy to put a review out of Sinners until 2 months have gone by where most people wouldn't be looking for the film's reviews, and then to be like, hey, I talked about it, I'm gonna dump it on my secondary channel. Here you go, you asked for it. Here's my Sinners review. 9 minutes. Actually, how long was his Sinners review? His Sinners review is 4 minutes and 27 seconds long. He has a 15-minute video on just the trailer for Ironheart alone. And for the completed film of Sinners, not even a 5-minute video. Not even a 5-minute video. Like, hell, even his Jurassic World Rebirth it's almost 8 minutes. Even his Ironheart thing on his main channel is 7 minutes. Not even 5 minutes. Ballerina is 5 minutes and 47 seconds. Sinners is not even 5 minutes. In fact, there are no videos within the last, 4 months that have a video that short. The shortest he has is from 5 months ago, was about Snow White being the most hated movie ever with 4 minutes, 52 seconds, which is still longer than,
we often talk
his review of Sinners, which is at 4 minutes and 27 seconds. Insane. Insane, dude. It's just. But there was an actual video I wanted to watch. And it's a 33-minute video.
Chapter 52.
Come on, damn it.
There's one.
Stop. I'm trying to pause it and it keeps.
It was also. There's one they fear.
There we go. Okay. All right, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get some water. And then we're gonna watch this. So give me a second. And then I'll watch it. Yeah, were you guys being good? This is a video that I wanted to watch last week, but I didn't stream last week. So we're doing it today. It's not topical, but I am mostly not topical to begin with. So if you expected that from me, I am the wrong streamer to be watching. But it is, I think my boy Airbag watched it. I didn't watch this video, but I wanted to see it. So without further ado, well, this is from Brigitte Empire.
There's one they
Oh, it's in the
fear.
cover.
In their tongue, he's Dovahkiin.
Grums. Try to impose their ideology against all of us. Try to prevent free thinking. They're altering wikis for Warhammer. They're altering wikis for historical figures like.
There's no way. There's no way he said this. They're altering wikis. They're going after the wikis.
Like Yasuke, and trying to make a fiction reality. They're going after me for telling consumers that these games have DEI and you may not want to buy them.
10 years ago when I did Gamergate, I had so many women DMing me their and DMing me everything else.
Can we, okay, I'm going to get rid of the captions. But can we just talk about Nightmare Blunt Rotation? I wouldn't want to be anywhere with Indiamon, Smash AT, or Yellow Flash Guy. I also love the fact that out of the entire group there, only 2 people show their face. Which, I mean, I don't like the fact that because I don't want to see Smash AT's face. But Indiamon TV having, what was that, like a fucking skull? Like, oh, it's so cringy. It's so cringy because, you know, they thought like, oh, bro, when I was 11 years old, that shit would have hit so hard. Like, oh man.
And trying to get with me, and all this is gonna do is encourage that.
Brother, what's that, brother?
In November 2011, the video game world changed forever. A few short years after Bethesda released Fallout 3 and created video essay fodder good for the next 10 years at least, they came out with a much anticipated follow-up to Oblivion, one of the best fantasy games ever made. If you ignore all of the jank and are okay with every character looking like if Laura Luma were rendered on an N64, but think not of Laura.
We love a Laura Luma roast. Also, Elder Scrolls came out like, what, 4 days after my birthday, because it was 11/11/11. My birthday was 11/7. So this was actually my first Elder Scrolls game. Skyrim was my first Elder Scrolls experience. And I liked it. I played the shit out of it on Xbox. Like, I literally just walked around and like the shit people say about it, 100% true, right? You just bunch of walks around and you do random stuff or whatever. I don't think it's held up as well, which is why there's a bunch of mods for it, but that was my birthday gift to myself.
Luma, or Falls Out, or Oblivs. Ian, because lo, the Dragonborn comes! The Elder Scrolls V, Skyrim, was finally available to the masses. And for the next 15 years, the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim would be again made available to the masses, like
the only game.
Pretty much every year, with sometimes not even any changes. The Legendary Edition, the Switch version, Skyrim Connect, Skyrim VR, Skyrim Remastered. And although this was tedious, they were welcome distractions from Fallout 4.
They also forgot to mention the most important one, the Skyrim you can do on your smartphone, which is a short adventure you can do. That's it.
And the wet fart that was Starfield.
I have to go now. My planet needs me.
Although, being set in the future, Starfield did, of course, give us one of Bethesda's most ambitious additions to its gameplay yet. That being fucking pronouns, fucking gender ambiguity, fucking current day California shit.
You take everything we love, because that's all we fucking know! Because we're boring! We're so fucking boring!
Imagine this being your legacy. Imagine, like, no matter what you do, no matter what you do, you will always be known as the pronouns guy. Like, that's it. That's it. Like, not even known as like a grifter, just known as the pronouns guy. And I saw a video, I forgot who it was by, but they were talking about like a year later. Oh no, was it Poo of Garbage? The video about the pronouns guy and how like a year later and how like he actually played that game for a long time before he got to this point. I don't know, but this is his legacy.
Boring!
What was her problem?
Was fucking current day California shit really all they fucking knew? Were Bethesda really as boring as this giant Angloid baby screamed it was, as he cried and shat his unwashed pants? Well, 14 years after the release of Skyrim, the original release, I mean, not a Skyrim Gold Edition featuring Dante from the Devil May Cry series or whatever new version Todd Howard
Deep cut meme.
Bethesda are finally teasing the follow-up to one of the most popular games of all time. The Elder Scrolls 6 something. We don't know what it's called. Although, to be fair, we are running out of regions on the Elder Scrolls map, so there's a good chance it's Valenwood or elsewhere, and given the amount of press you'd get from furries, the more Khajiit in the region, the better, you know? At least that's what I would be saying if I were in the Bethesda marketing department. After all, gay people in giant animal suits have wares, if you have coin.
Money, please.
Oh, no, there's no money.
Yet, would appealing to the furries not also piss off a certain very loud but very silly portion of the gaming community? Namely, the very same people who spent Starfield's life cycle screaming about fucking pronouns and fucking gender ambiguity.
Sorry, did you want to get immersed in our world? Yeah, well, guess what?
Why, yes, it might. Because anything that's not the most He-Man looking boring white men, so bricked up they look like bodybuilders who've taken enough steroids that their penises are going to wilt like a dying flower, makes people like our aforementioned giant Angloid baby or giant yank baby Grums, an online gaming personality and former game developer who pretends.
Nothing is funnier to me than the fact that this 60-year-old balding loser can only go on streams or make videos with this fucking VTuber ass setup. And what's even funnier to me than that is the fact that this is the way he wants to present himself. You have control over this avatar, and this is the way you choose to present. Look at me, ooh woo. But I hate trans people, but I am a 60-year-old balding divorced man who would make an anime chibi avatar of myself to be all cuddly and cute looking. Oh, fucking loser.
To still be a game developer so we can scam people.
No, I've seen the maid outfit.
Video game
I've seen it.
Come out. You know,
unfortunately,
a man who uses an avatar that looks like a giant baby.
Okay, so thank you. I'm glad we're on the same wavelength here.
Like a giant baby and whines like a giant baby and has a breast milk fetish allegedly. Absolutely infuriated. That was a long way to get to the sentence, but I hope you could string it together.
Oh, she was hot, man. She was hot.
So is that something that is like?
Oh, he's talking about his fucking mom, by the way. The story here is that Grums is the man who has aggressively pursued his personal interests at great cost to his family and his career. And unfortunately, those interests are anime-based with huge bazongas exploding with breast milk. Ironically, that Smash JT is the one chiming in here, because the man who aggressively pursued his personal interests at great cost to his family also applies to that man.
Or is that something that you'd rather not?
1967. The year before I was
and
born,
he's like
Christmas edition,
talking about what magazine to find his mom in from Playboy.
If you want to go find that issue and find a section called Women of Asia, she's in there, and she would actually appreciate it if you actually talked about that and posted it. She would get.
I do like the Asian women.
What the fuck? Although, apparently, it didn't even take the contents of the Elder Scrolls 6 to get Grums, a man who definitely didn't steal breast milk from the Blizzard Company fridges after he was let go from ruining World of Warcraft, weeping on the internet as if a rival giant baby had stolen his lollipop.
Try to impose their ideology against all of us. Try to prevent free thinking. Try to prevent informed consumers. You know what they did to Brutus's site? They DDoS'd him again.
I completely fucking forgot about Cabrutus. Holy shit, I am slipping. Or maybe no one else cares. If you don't remember, Cabrutus is the one who did the whole DEI detected shit, which started all of this bullshit. I had completely forgotten about them. I had completely forgot about them. And then he's saying that by the way, Yellow Flash acting drunk as usual. Yellow Flash is a fucking loser. I don't care about that guy. But oh yeah, Cabrutus. And so now Grums is saying that they DDoSed him. No, he didn't. He did not properly, I think, set up his website. And so like his own host like took his page down.
Twice. I just tweeted about that this morning before I made my post about the doxing. They're going after Cabrutus. They're going after me for telling consumers.
He always says they're coming after me. He always, even let's say that Cabrutus's website was DDoS. What have they done to Grums? He gave you an example, a hallucinate one, but still an example of someone being attacked. And then for him, he was like, they're coming after me too. Do I have any details to give you? No. But they're coming after me.
These games have DEI and you may not want to buy them. You may want to make an informed decision. And meanwhile, they are so desperate. They are not only doxing us, they are not only trying to attack us every single day from behind the cowardly block, they are retconning history. They are altering wikis for Warhammer. They're altering wikis.
He really said that shit? I thought that was an AI voice. You're 60. They're coming for the wikis. He sounds like a pre-puberty Goofy. Like, listen.
From behind the cowardly block, they are retconning history. They are altering wikis for Warhammer.
That sounds like Gorsh. They're altering wikis, Mickey. They're altering wikis, Mickey. Gorsh. Altering wikis. Oh my god. They're altering the wikis. They're going after How did I miss this? Oh my god. How did I miss this?
They're altering wikis for historical figures like Yasuke.
Oh, please tell me. Please tell me. Please tell me you heard the forced Japanese pronunciation of Yasuke. Ooh. What was that?
Warhammer. They're altering wikis for historical figures like Yasuke.
Like Yasuke. What? It's Yasuke. Yasuke. You can just say Yasuke. Like Yusuke Urameshi. Yusuke? Yasuke. Not Yusuke. That seems racist. God, was I racist just now? By the way, even though Mark's Asian, he's not Japanese, he's Chinese. Or Taiwanese, sorry. Was that racist of me to say like that?
And trying to make a fiction reality in front of our very eyes. Everyone needs to wake up to this.
Oh my god, he doesn't shut the fuck up. He's been talking straight. Look how uninterested everyone is. Like,
to prevent informed consumers. You know what they did to Cabrutus' site? They DDoS'd him again, twice. I just tweeted about that this morning before I made my post about the doxing.
I tweeted about that this morning before I made 800 more tweets and didn't work on my game. Also, I haven't seen my kids in 10 years.
They're going after Cabrutus. They're going after me for telling consumers that these games have DEI and you may not want to buy them. You may want to make an informed decision. And meanwhile, they are so desperate. They are not only doxing us, they are not only trying to attack us, conning history. They are altering wikis for Warhammer. They're altering wikis for historical figures like Yasuke. And trying to make a fiction reality in front of our very...
And trying to make a fiction. What is this? What are these inflections? Like, is he standing on a literal soapbox? Like, what's happening here?
Eyes. Everyone needs to wake up to this.
You see, Grums, also known as Mark Kern, also known as Debbie Chan, in between
What, I think someone just subscribed to me?
owned by his mother that involved women getting abused and assaulted, and not making his supposedly
thanks for the
upcoming
subscription.
video game Ember something that has been crowdfunded for years and the guy just refused to work on.
By the way, this has been such common knowledge. It's crazy to me that no one's come after him for this shit.
Or fund people for so long, in fact, that the name of the video game got taken on Steam and that he can't get it back. Well, between that horrifying series of dumpster fires, Grums watched some videos Bethesda recently put out about the production of the Elder Scrolls 6. Well, that's not entirely honest. The production of the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Remastered, because Todd Howard has a problem, featuring some of their longtime employees who've worked on several of their games. Critically acclaimed games that Grums and people like him claim to be massive fans of.
Grums is never a fan of any game he decides to put in his little culture war bullshit. Not one time. He hadn't even played Stellar Blade. I believe he still hasn't played Stellar Blade. I have played Stellar Blade. I am currently playing Stellar Blade. You guys have seen it. He does not play any of the fucking games. You want to know how I know? Because he's revealed that he tweets from sun up to sundown every single day. He's on Twitter 24/7. He quite simply doesn't even have time to see his kids, which I'm sure was not an issue for him, or work on his own game. He doesn't play video games. He just fucking tweets and then says, like, I was a big fan of this game, which I've never mentioned until it was financially beneficial for me to talk about it. I've always loved the Elder Scrolls, Morrow Oblivion. That was my favorite game growing up. Oh, wait, I put a tweet that said I never got to play Oblivion, so the remaster is a good first time for me. Uh-oh.
The thing is, he hadn't seen their faces before. And when he opened his big baby eyes, he saw a woman that didn't immediately make him want to goon. And that, because of the kind of guy he is, the kind of guy that told a right-wing podcast to go jack off to pictures of his mum in the middle of allegations coming out, made him fume with rage.
I've contained my rage for as long as possible, but I shall unleash my fury upon you like the
fire
crushing of 1,000 waves.
But who were these women that Grums was furious he couldn't goon to? What did they do? Are they really Bethesda employees? Or are they diversity hires with blue hair and pronouns brought in to ruin the game industry and do the great replacement but for replacing gamers with a bunch of queers? Well, none of that last thing is true, but it's exactly what Grums apparently thinks, along with many like him, on YouTube, in real life supposedly, since they have to live somewhere, and in his comment section. To take you through this and investigate if women really can work in video games, and if so,
the big
why
questions.
people are so horrified to find that they can, I, Bridget Empire, am here to be the Lydia to your Dragonborn, the adoring fan to your Hero of Kvatch, the dog meat to your Lone Wanderer. Nope. Nope, don't like that one. Regardless, I will be there. The great and ever-reliable science and culture correspondent for the Daily Telegraph, the only newspaper in Britain that serialized the lust.
I would say it's nice to see like international people hating on grifters too, especially the same grifters we all hate on. It just makes me feel warm on the inside to know that these motherfuckers aren't liked anywhere.
The Argonian maid. Some in the British media like to think they can handle some bawdy humour, but they can't handle a sexy lizard woman, much like some other people from this cursed island.
Fucking pronouns! Fucking gender ambiguity!
Grums, aka Debbie Chan, aka Mark Kern, is a social media culture warrior for the far right, focused on video games only having characters that are either men.
Oh, you can tell this is a video game video essay because we have the Persona 5 music playing, the cafe music. That's you have to have if you're doing video essay.
Like Arnold Schwarzenegger, and usually just as pale, or women with flat stomachs and breasts so big you could use them as life vests if you were lost at sea. He worked at
He never played that game.
The company that brought you World of Warcraft, StarCraft, Warcraft 1, Warcraft 2, Warcraft 3, Diablo, the other Diablos, and Overwatch, and did work at World of Warcraft during its original development cycle. Although apparently he has grossly exaggerated his role in the
also
years since.
the Kunoichi outfit of the three is the best one. The black one's the best one. That's the best fit. I was rocking that for a while until I got my near shit.
His name having been purged from certain works about the game, and supposed colleagues either not mentioning him at all when it would be relevant if he were as important as he claims to have been, or actively talking shit about him. Upon leaving Blizzard, Kern co-founded a games company called Red 5, producing the game Firefall before collapsing completely. Many in the years since have credited the studio's demise to the decision to commission a tour bus to promote the game that was completely immobile and therefore not a good bus, and was made by...
I think the Firefall bus it's something that was memory hold for the longest time. And now I'm like, how could I've ever missed the fact that West Coast Customs did the Firefall bus? Like, did I miss an episode? I feel like all I remember is Pit My Rides. And maybe it wasn't on that, but does West Coast Customs still exist?
West Coast Customs. Yes,
hold on, I'm gonna check.
My Ride people for $3 million. This was Mark's idea. A few short months after the bus was revealed and towed around town in a poor attempt to promote the company's one relatively obscure game, Mark Kern was fired. Mark Kern claims he wasn't fired.
Oh, it's still a thing.
Firing is now public knowledge. This would not be the first time this man would lie about his job. And that's not even getting into what he possibly lied about from his time at Blizzard. Since the tour bus that wasn't a bus and couldn't tour and cost $3 million debacle, Mark Kern has been trying to get people to support his alleged video game, Ember, spelled E-M-8-ER.
Which is Emater.
And sounds like a really bad 2000s new metal band. Ember is supposedly
that's a good
spiritual
joke.
Successor to Firefall.
It does look like new metal shit, doesn't it? It's also pronounced Emater, and it's also apparently not even its final name because Mark didn't trademark it. So and he's like, haha, joke's on you. We haven't found his final name. Mark, it's been 8 years. The name is like one of the first things you come up with. What are you talking about?
But that being true would require it to exist. So far, Ember has crowdfunded minimum $600,000, with only a very bad and very janky demo to show for it. And Kern has been selling subscriptions to this game that does not yet exist since 2019. People have been waiting for this game as long as some of us have been waiting for the Winds of Winter. Okay, that's not entirely fair. I've been waiting since fucking 2011 for that. If you want to get real messy about this, it turns out that Mark Kern spent years not working on this game he was actively selling subscriptions for, and instead working on his mum's company, which actually isn't his mum's company, just in her name, and is instead a catfight adult fetish site for which he...
Subscription? Oh yeah, you didn't know about Mark Kern's little side project thing? He was selling. Hold on, I'm going to do extra stuff here, which would justify me reacting to this. So I'm not a content thief, but it was. I don't think you can even go to the Ember website and buy it anymore. But this is the current Ember website. After he did the read launch, right? Now you can't become a backer. And he did this right here because he got called out on this shit for collecting money for not doing anything. All he sells is reskins. I'm going to go to Twitter right now because most of his shit's on Twitter. And I don't want to get banned on YouTube. So I have to make sure it doesn't send out some like crazy fucking shit on here. But there's a page called Victims of Ember that I've been following, and they were talking about how he did all this shit too. But this is from it's Yeshalot right here. This is some of the shit that Gums has done. All right, so hey, it's been like 3 different attempts to get your attention at Victims, at Grums, and Ember. One of the biggest video game scams in the industry with years of mismanagement and innovation. Why isn't this something you'll cover? He's referring to Legendary Drops. Grums is another shitbag from Blizzard, like Pirate Software, right? Mike Ybarra and Bobby Kotick are shitheads too, right? talk about Ember, get some answers, do your job. I'm sorry, but Ember shit just isn't important to normal people. Go make a group chat with your buddies. When you're make content ridiculing companies for their bad practices, but let this Ember shit slide, despite knowing how bad it is, it's super hypocritical. Commentary channels who make videos ridiculing bad practices and the industry but ignore Yandere Dev 2.0 is baffling. What bad practice? I know some people claim he's scamming his audience, but there's zero proof. Besides, he's taking sweet time. If at some point there's proof of a scam, I and probably a lot more people on your side, until then I'm not. What bad practice? He censored his Discord, his forums, and he wanted to paywall NPC interactions and has insane backer packs upgrades for content he isn't working / doesn't fully plan to deliver. Is that not bad enough for something that is in early alpha? And then you have this clearly AI generated stuff that he has here, right? And I don't see the cost here, but the fact that he's selling, it's in-game, one bronze commander coin, you get one in-game item, one coin emote, 5% off virtual store, bronze NPC interactions, bronze security clearance, visit bronze based lounges and locations. You know how insane that is to do in a game to begin with? Imagine if you were playing like Final Fantasy 14, A Realm Reborn, and you want to go into a lounge or interact with an NPC, and they said this NPC is only interactable if you have a bronze coin or bronze subscription, and you get a coin emote. And then for the gold commander coin, which you can't really see because why would you put this as your background? But I'll read it to you guys. You get 3 coin emotes and 15% off virtual store, gold NPC interactions, gold security clearance. Visit special gold only bases and lounges and locations. So bronze, I get 5%, and then I only get 15% for gold? Like, that's insane. But yes, that's the kind of shit Grums is doing. He was also banning people from having a voice in his Discord. Oh, like look at this. Sorry, I keep going to go back and forth because YouTube, you know. Well, look at this. Hellstarter mount. It was $24.95, but now it's $19.96. Rare rarity, once a year type mounts. You wanted you to buy a mount for a game that didn't have mounts. That is obviously just a fat chocobo, and he wanted you to pay $20 for it. Like, that's the kind of shit he was running. And then people called him out on it. And then he started to say, oh, that's why you can't be a backer anymore. Or you have to go through a Discord. But also, if you go to their actual website, or you go through at Ember, right? You literally, I'm following the Ember account. Last post, March 27th. This is where you're supposed to go to keep up to date. It is July 5th. Their last post was March 27th. And a lot was just reposts of shit. And it's like, it's random shit too. Like, what is this character? How does this character fit this world? These are supposed to be the enemies you fight in your big mech sheet, by the way. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, it doesn't, and like the shit that he shows, it's like, these are nothing progress. These are all reposts from a year ago. These are nothing. It's nothing progress. He has switched to a new engine. These are not progress of anything. No game company could get away with new Ember skins unvaulted and available at 50% off in the general store. All starter packs are also on sale. So then what is this? Is Ember is it a gacha game, or is it a battle fucking giant robots game? Like, You don't do this unless this is literally a gotcha game. Like MMOs don't do this shit. MMOs do is you pay for an expansion pack. An expansion pack has this shit in there. You don't pay for what, skins? And these aren't even characters in the game. Like, what game is this? You're supposed to be in a giant robot. Why do I care about this guy with a gun or this woman who is a very clearly different art style than the other three? Like, that's the kind of person he is.
He also used company funds and equipment for while he was at Red 5, pre-giant fail bus.
Yeah, it's just concept art and NFTs.
All of this any further. If you're interested in the scandals I've been alluding to, you can check out the Goononomicon series of videos that I'll link below. I just wanted you to get a clear picture of who this incredibly strange baby VTuber of a man was before we discuss his reactions to seeing pictures of long-term Bethesda employees that have helped produce some of the most beloved games in history, and
now these parts I haven't seen.
Towards them. People that have
but
done
that's a
far
shit.
more
That's
for the
new to
gaming
me.
industry than he ever has, or even has the ability to, purely because they aren't the type of women he cast in his secret side job. On the 28th of May 2025, in a tweet that has since been edited, and so it might have been even worse before I got this screenshot of it, Mark posted pictures of 3 developers on the Elder Scrolls 6. And in a rage I imagine is only possible from someone who blew multiple millions of dollars on a bus that can't drive from the Pit My Ride gang, got fired for it, and spends his free time literally making material depicting women being abused, wrote, Elder Scrolls 6 leads.
Elder Scrolls 6 leads. Odds on if they are woke scolds or not. It may not be fair, but pattern recognition and years of DEI have make gamers very cynical. AAA has bashed gamers and injected stuff into their games for so long that gamers are going to default to assuming the worst, and they are not wrong. At this point, AAA needs to prove themselves, and this is a situation they have created. This is, first off, the irony of me talking about grammar on Twitter. I know. But we were also talking about his writing skills earlier, which very clearly is the same. At least I know how to actually write when it comes to needing to write. He says, odds on if they're woke scolds, and then says, it may not be fair, but pattern recognition. And then he goes, actually, the people who are assuming aren't wrong. What's the point of saying it may not be fair? AAA has bashed gamers and injected stuff into their games for so long. Do I have to elaborate on that? God, no. What am I looking like? Someone who gives a shit and wants to provide context? Just take my word for it that they have bashed gamers and have injected stuff into their games. What kind of stuff? Again, I'm not going to tell you. Please view my tweets and subscribe to my newsletter. Like,
odds on if they are woke scolds or not. It may not be fair, but pattern recognition and years of DEI have made gamers very cynical. AAA has bashed gamers and injected stuff into the games for so long that gamers are going to default to assuming the worst. And they are not wrong. At this point, AAA needs to prove themselves. And
also, this person reminds me a lot of James Stephanie Sterling, especially doing the voice. Maybe because they're both British.
this is a situation they have created.
Triple capitalism.
The situation they have created that justifies raging at pictures of employees being interviewed? Just having female employees? I'm sure Mark would prefer it if they were foxy fighters, or if they would hire some other girl, a Debbie Chan maybe, the egg we don't want to acknowledge, because honestly, as much as I love the trans community, I think we're better off without Mark Kern in it.
Triple
We
A.
can exclude one egg. As a treat. Mark Kern knew what he was doing with this. He posted screenshots of 3 different women with their names and their jobs listed, intentionally making it easy for his followers to harass and bully them, and demand they be fired by Bethesda for...
Also, I'm gonna keep it real with you guys. If they're trying to post people for their looks and saying they look bad, Mark Kern is not the person you want leading that charge. My buddy looks so horrendous that he would rather be presented as a chibi avatar than look anywhere near what he actually looks like in real life. Someone like that should not be coming after other people's looks and trying to ascertain their qualifications solely based off that. Okay? I'm gonna just put that out there right now. If you do not even show your own face in your content, you don't get to come for other people's looks. You just don't. Especially if we know what you look like, Mark Kern. We know what you look like. We know what you look like.
But not looking like the kind of people Mark and his followers expect or want to be working on a video game, despite them having, for a very long time, worked on video games that they explicitly enjoyed, without them knowing about it. Why would how someone looks, or the fact that they're a woman, mean that they're not fit to be a senior character artist, or a production and studio director? I think at this point, there has to be something fundamentally broken in you to see a picture.
What? Hold on. Sorry, Bijit. I have to transform this video more. Otherwise, I am a content thief. So the notion that women being in gaming as character artists or lead designers or what that is a bad thing, which is what they're insinuating. Not Brigitte, but as what Mark and those losers insinuate, is so funny to me. I want you guys to look at this real quick. I want you to look at this artwork. I want you to look at this shit. And you tell me how this looks. You probably can't see it. I know. No. Let me open this new tab. Hold on. Fucking Amazon likes to dox me, so I'm gonna make sure that that's not gonna show my stuff. Okay. I gotta keep my shit safe. So I want you to look at this, right? Kei Urana. Kei Urana is a woman. And look at this fucking character design. Look at this work. A woman did this. A female artist. A female mangaka. The graffiti design was done by someone else, but the actual art, the art style, is her. This shit rips. It has so much style and personality, energy in it. That's her artwork. So if she were to work on a game, you'd be like, oh, it's going to be bad. It's woke. She dresses pretty wokely too. I know it sounds dumb to say, but there's pictures of her. Oh my God, you guys, she has colored hair. She has colored hair, you guys. She has red hair, which means she's woke, which means she's bad and awful and terrible. She can't do art.
Picture of a woman and get instantly mad.
That's her first manga, yeah. You guys should read it. They're having an anime. They're having an anime adaptation coming out tomorrow, July 6th. The manga is fire.
Fucking dork. The least you can do is not bully them off the internet. Or get them fired so that your game takes longer and is of shittier quality because the people who've honed their craft for years got fired due to political pressure from a man who's got such a twisted relationship with women who made an adult website of women fighting and getting abused in his mum's name. Listen to that sentence back and see if you still think this
Yes.
or Mark.
And also, he wrote softcore adult erotica. And I actually not even softcore. It's some like real disturbing stuff, to be honest. Like it's women beating each other's vaginas bloody, literally. It's so bad. But yeah, that is the kind of content he likes. He wants that in the world. And he thinks if women aren't hot, they can't be in games. I wonder if he holds the same thought process for men though. Like, is he equal or is it just women?
It's normal. Are normal? Whatever the word is, it's not.
Hey, you're finally woke.
The women in question were Angela Browder, production and studio director, Christiane Meister, senior character artist, and Megan Sawyer, senior environmental artist, all employees at Bethesda Game Studios, and some of the many, many people working on what inevitably will be a massive game. Now, look at all these women and see if you can spot why them appearing on camera makes a man like Mark Kern scream about woke skulls and DEI. They're just talking about making a game you like, except they're women, so they must be ontologically evil.
And can we just talk about how ultimately stupid this mindset is? This is girls have cooties and therefore icky. Like, literally, their arguments are it's a woman, so it's going to be bad. That's it. If I can't goon to this woman, then there's quite simply no reason she needs to exist, whether in a video game or in a movie or in real life. That is their entire argument. It is playground level mentalities. And he's 60. I cannot stress this enough. A 60-year-old man. And he's complaining that he saw women in a video about the game that he supposedly is a fan of and how they've been there for years. And he had no problem then. This says senior environment artist. And I'm sure Megan is great at her job. I'm sure she's a fantastic environment artist. But you're not going to look me in the eye and say that this is the most crucial part of the game and it's going to make or break it. And she's not the only environment artist. She's the senior one, which means they have junior environmental artists. For all you know, she's just in charge of doing the passovers for other people's work, like the corrective work, like what happens in animations when you have like the lead storyboard artist, right? And you have the animation supervisor, and the lead storyboard artist goes over storyboards, and the animation supervisor makes sure that all the models are on model, all the characters are on model, and if they're not, they make corrections. Like, it's not one person does everything. She's not the only environmental artist. The other person's not the only producer.
And
like,
what's worse, they're women who aren't skinny, and one of them even has blue hair. A woman with blue hair working on my video game environments? What if the trees in the Elder Scrolls 6 are going to be woke? What if the bushes and pronouns? Oh God, the fish are going to be non-binary, and now mud crab lives matter. And I know this because a woman appeared on the screen and she had blue hair. Blue hair! Burn the witch! Burn the witch!
These games have DEI and you may not want to buy them.
Predictably, that was basically the result of the statement. Treating these women who are only doing you a service and have done nothing wrong unless you think appearing on camera when you're not a supermodel is wrong.
Yeah, but having anime color hair is bad unless you have bouncing bazongas, or for the lowly freaks, unless you look 11 years old.
Because women should be seen and not heard. Yes, thank you, under his eye. As if they are a plague upon everything that is good and holy, that they are going to ruin your games because they worked on them without being men, the fucking humanity. Well, that's the attitude of people riled up by Grums here. Absolute, and I use this word with the irony intended here, hysteria.
I was seeing a bunch of terrified Twitter users crying about Elder Scrolls 6 being doomed because they didn't get a boner every single dev. In the intervening weeks, some of these screen guys were lost and the original tweets deleted. I'm going to read them anyways.
I can almost guarantee that these three sirens did not grow up playing video games, and if they did, it was just wow.
As if that wouldn't have counted though, right? Like as if, like you're not even doing sexism right. You should have said like Barbie's Dream House or Hello Kitty Island Adventure or something like stereotypical little girl stuff. You back there playing, they don't play games, they only play World of Warcraft. Millions of people play World of Warcraft for decades. In fact, the guy who you're responding to was allegedly a part of that team. Like what?
100%.
It's over. Just like Hollywood, AAA games are dead.
Turns out blue-haired Karens are willing to work for 50% less than a senior male developer, and they help with your DEI score. Of course, they end up completely killing your IP, but by then the hiring managers won't.
The hallucinations these people have. Like, if they weren't such pieces of shit, I would want to bottle that like imagination and like sell it like Willy Wonka style. Blue-haired, so you're assuming she's a Karen? What's a blue-haired Karen? This seems antithetical to each other. Are willing to work for 50% less than a senior male developer. So are you like, what? What? They're willing to work for 50% less than senior, not willing to work. If they get paid less, it's because of the sexism, most likely. And they help with your DEI score. What a score of what? Where are the DEI rankings? Of course, they end up completely killing your IP, but by then the hiring managers won't be there anyway. What are you talking about? Of course, it's a blue check mark.
Won't be there anyway.
That's a man in a dress.
I know a red flag when I see one, and I see 3 of them in this image.
And a PFP.
Odds are exceedingly high. This will be absolute garbage.
I'm so jaded. Can't tell if they are men in dresses or not.
Okay, doesn't this sound like a you problem? Like, if you're so afraid of God, a trans person, that you're like, is that a man in a dress or is it not? I don't know. And I can't be bothered to figure it out, then why would you bring it up?
And can't be bothered to figure it out. If I had nothing but the hair dye to go on, I'd say 90% chance. But instead, I'll ask Rock if the people in the...
Hi, I'm a baby. I need to ask the dumb machine if these people have ever articulated left-wing views and what they may be. Otherwise, I can't play video games, you see. Because I need to know if at any point these people said something about like free Palestine or healthcare for all.
The images presented have articulated left-wing views and what they may be. Remember when games were made by people that love making games?
I don't even know what this is for, but there's no way it's good.
Just constant anxiety.
Gamers in charge of AAA game design development. Is this just a business or a game?
Why are there so many trans people at these companies? This seems systemic, and it is statistically improbable.
There was not a single trans person in that image, right? Like, I'm going to say something, and I'm going to have to really walk this through. People can be unattractive without it being anything more than that. And what you're attracted to is what you're attracted to in terms of like physically, right? But that doesn't have to be more than that. If you find a woman unattractive and your first thought is trans, what you're actually saying is that you think women could only look one specific way. And if anyone deviates from your myopic definition, it has to be a man. Because there's only 2 things that exist. Girls I find hot and then men. That's it. Nothing else. So guess what? That means you either find your mom who birthed you to be either hot, which makes you Mark Kern, or a man, which makes you, I don't know, dumb. But that's what they're stating. If every post you see, it's like, I can't tell if it's a man or a woman. That's a you problem, honestly. But that's a you problem. And if that's going to stop you from playing a video game, you are a weird baby. Like, just the weirdest babies.
Probable for this to be the case.
No! Highly likely. Looking at their hair colors, I'm reminded of this meme.
Okay, the girl on the right's hot though, right? Like, am I bugging? Like, let her be toxic. I can fix her.
Nature, poisonous creatures, but often develop bright colors to warn others of the toxicity. That image screams DEI and affirmative action.
Well, so much for Elder Scrolls 6. So that's why.
Wait.
Well, so much for
So much Elder Scrolls 6 says man with cat avatar. Yeah, dude. You couldn't have a Khajiit. You just have an AI rendered version of a cat with glasses.
Elder Scrolls 6.
I did.
So that's why they made all the female clothes in the remaster look like men's clothes. And they actively worked to cover up the female form. I will never understand why a game company would hire women whom appear repulsive to us to make characters.
Oh, this is the perfect this is the perfect tweet. This is the perfect distillation of these guys. I will never understand why a game company would hire women, comma, whom appear repulsive to us, to make characters and art that need to appeal to a largely male audience. You are not the sole audience. You're just not. And if we're being real, a lot of fantasy appeals to a lot of women. Why do you think the elves look the way that they look? It's not because, unless you're saying all dudes wanted, what's his fucking face? Lee Pace as an elf. Rethink your statement. Oh, it's so funny. I don't understand why they would hire women who I don't find hot. Because that's how it works, you guys. Ugly people make ugly art. Hot people make hot art. That's how it works. Like, tall people make tall kids and short people make short kids. That's how it goes. That's why there's been no wildly successful piece of media about men written for women. I've never heard of Full Metal Alchemist. I don't know what the Hurt Locker is. I've never heard that. I've never seen that. I don't know what you're talking about. Also, men can't make stuff for women, right? So like, if there's a character that women like and it's made by a man, no, they don't. What the fuck is the Bayonetta? I don't know, man. What's an Aloy? Who knows? What's an Ellie?
Isn't art that needs to appeal to a largely male audience. If the way they presented themselves speaks to their decision making for appealing art direction, I am concerned. As a company full of dad-haired troons that will put out a good product, we all know how this ends.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, we're getting body type 1 and 2, out-of-place millennial politics, miserable nihilistic sarcasm, and ugly sexist characters for sure. Never pre-order.
Yeah, because that's never been in a game before. Body type 1 and 2. Can you guys think of a single successful game franchise that uses body type instead of male or female? Because I just can't. I love how they also say out of place millennial politics, as if politics, a large portion of Skyrim has you literally fighting a civil war between the Stormcloaks and the Imperials. Like literally, like you're sitting down. The game stops and you have to deal with it. I'm not exaggerating. The game actually stops and you have to decide where to send troops in this. Like, but we don't want out of place millennial politics, because only in this decade have politics been a part of games.
Hello, hair, and there be white women on all three.
I haven't played Bayonetta. I haven't played the newest Bayonetta yet so far. So far, I'm favorite Bayonetta 2.
Need to know.
These are their leads? Are you shitting me? Ain't no way in hell this game isn't filled with woke, trans, and LGBTQ bullshit.
I can smell the mental instability from here in those women's face.
Well, another getting lost to unhinged white liberal woman. When is it going to stop? When will us gamers take control back?
Versions, all of them.
Elder
all of
Scrolls
them.
6 is over with. Forget it. It will be disgusting shit. Strong, independent quota bitches have overtaken BGS. They can create their Barbie doll house simulators, or they can play some smaller roles in development. But if they are in lead positions for the Elder Scrolls, the game will not be for men. And
Jesus
BGS is
Christ.
supposed to be a game for men in the first place.
Why would the Elder Scrolls be a game for men? They've never articulated that point. What about the Elder Scrolls games only for men? Only men can play Elder Scrolls. That's it. No one else is allowed. Like, what about that game screams masculine manly game? It's not even like a first person shooter. It's not like a Call of Duty. It's not a Gears of War. Like, what about high fantasy with beautiful elven creatures and majestic settings screams masculine for men, manly men, men only?
Women cannot develop a game like the Elder Scrolls has always been and make it good. Only if they are presented to the public as the lead for ESG, score points from damned BlackRock, while someone else is the actual lead.
I love the fact that they think that BlackRock is this fantasy company that only cares about making the most inclusive and not just a private equity group that has ties to fucking private military. Real quick, let's just what does BlackRock do? They are an investment and advisory risk board. That's it. It's a multinational investment company. Let's do BlackRock company. Armies. BlackRock has been criticized for investing in companies that are involved in fossil fuels, the arms industry, People Liberation Army, and human rights violations. Like, BlackRock has been the subject of conspiracy theories, including the conspiracy theory that BlackRock owns both Fox News and Dominion voting systems, which Snopes described false. Some BlackRock conspiracy theories have incorporated anti-Semitism, of course. Let's see. They have ties with the Federal Reserve. They're invested in gun manufacturing. BlackRock study on integrating ESG into banking rules. The European Ombudsman opened an inquiry in May 2020 to inspect the Commission's file to European Commission's decision to award a contract to BlackRock to carry out a study on integrating environmental, social, and governance risk and objectives into EU banking rules. Parliament members questioned the impartiality of BlackRock given its investments in the sector. These people think ESG is like equity and all that shit. That's not what ESG stands for. They just see three-letter words and I'm like, well, that's scary. That's spooky. The committee concluded that BlackRock channeled $1.9 billion to blacklist entities in 2023. Oh, here we go. In 2021, it was reported that BlackRock was an investor in two companies that had been blacklisted by the U.S. government, accusing China of human rights abuses against the Uyghurs. And one case, BlackRock increased its low investment after the company's blacklisting. Now, do I trust America when it comes to their perception of Chinese government or China as a whole? Absolutely not. I'm not a moron. But these people are not angels. Like, if they were all about ESG and whatever, then why is George Soros describing their initiative in China as a tragic mistake that would damage national security interests in U.S. and other democracies? George Soros backs every single leftist political agenda. Remember, George Soros is the left's moneymaker. He's why I'm so filthy rich. My Soros bucks. In fact, just by saying that, I'm going to be cut a $2,000 check. He would be all for it, right? Because that's what he does. Like, these people are, they think BlackRock is this, like, I don't know, like, entity that just exists for ESG purposes. And they don't know what ESG is.
Suck.
This is QAnon level of fucking bullshit.
Once again, I have to ask, are the gamers okay? These three women, the targets of this outrage, are all Bethesda employees, and have been for a while. In fact, they've been making Bethesda games since before half of these random Twitter accounts, and statistically, about a third of you watching were born. And while there were some voices of reason in the comments of this rage post, they were massively outnumbered, given that this is Twitter we're talking about, and that Mark Kern's audience is just this now. This being ultimately an attempt to stir up a harassment campaign against these women, or at least add pressure for Bethesda to fire them, their long-time employees, for the crime of being women who Grums didn't want to add to his Foxy Fighters website.
Could you imagine? Imagine you're one of these 3 women you get called in by, let's just say Todd Howard, even though he's probably not the guy in charge of firing people. You go into Todd Howard's office. There's a big picture of Todd Howard at the Fallout premiere. There's a cutout of a vault dweller, and then there's like the Dragonborn behind him, right? All cutouts. Maybe real people he hires. I don't know what Todd Howard does. He sits you across the table, and he goes, I think one of the characters people here is Andrea, right? I want to make sure I have the name right correctly, at least. My example falls apart if I don't have her name right. Okay, her name was Andrea. So he goes, Andrea, you've been with us since Oblivion, through thick and thin, and your character design and your leadership has been crucial in maintaining the visual fidelity and integrity of our art throughout the many iterations of our systems and our remasters and what have you. Quite simply, without you, the Elder Scrolls would not look the way it looks. You've given it its visual identity. But we just realized you're a woman and your hair is red. So here's your severance package. Thank you for 20 years. But people on the internet saw you and we're like, they're right. Women can't be in senior positions. And we don't need the more ESG scores anymore. So we're going to let you go. Like, what is their outcome? Like, what are they expecting this shit to do? Like, what is the ideal outcome? That you think they're going to fire people because you don't find them hot? People who aren't even forward facing? And I always say, by that metric, do you think the people who still work are hot? Like, it's funny because they'll be like, these people only got it because DEI, because they're this, because they're that. And now they're saying they shouldn't be in there because they're not hot enough. Forget the skills they possess. They aren't hot. We only hire hot people, which means we do not hire based off of the merits of the individuals, but their appearance. Doesn't that sound a lot like a certain system they claim to have hated? Interesting how that works.
Sorry, his mum's Foxy Fighters website. In fact, while I may have lied a teeny bit earlier in framing this around Elder Scrolls 6, that's exactly what Grums did in his Meltdown too. These people are also working on Elder Scrolls 6, but these screenshots are instead from a live stream announcing the remaster of the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion that came out recently. They worked on the original Oblivion 2 and Skyrim, which is important to note considering they're now being framed as the wokest developers to exist. I mean, they're women, for God's sake, and some of them have blue hair. I bet they even have pronouns. Well, as Pink News...
Please don't mention Melanie Mac. Melanie Mac is so insufferable. She's just reading Bible quotes on Twitch or whatever, getting banned for saying F slur. But I'm curious now, what is Mark Kern doing? Like, what's he doing? What's Grums doing? What's Grums? What do you think? Do you think Grums is complaining about something? The victims of Grums parody account. Oh yeah, he blocked me, so I can't find him. Let's just see what he's posting about. Nexus Mods has taken down Twilight Violet mod of Stellar Blade. Unbelievably predictable. Unbelievably predictable. Do I have to bring out AI tools and redo this too? Oh my God, he's trying to do the whole localizer thing. It translated to green is virginity, because Midori means green. In Japanese, dote written in the kanji for child and chastity translates to virgin virginity, specifically male. It can be used as noun adjective. Real quick. Again, we are transforming this video. So now it's my video. This is my video, Brigitte. You Do not do direct literal translations of any language in any culture because there's context behind it. There's intent. Because he says correct translation is Midori targets the virgin types. But she could be saying they're virgins because they're incels. Incels are also virgins, but involuntarily. You don't know the context of this screenshot because you don't watch this show. I know you don't. So he's just saying, oh, the localizer. He just hops on every single possible trend of hate. And now that the video game grifting shit's dried up, he's talking about this. The gamers have spoken. We are going to continue our stylized character look. Yeah, he was like, what style should I have? My original style or completely ape the more successful Mecha Break? We're going to continue with our stylized character look. This isn't even your fucking character. This is an AI rendition. Oh, this is so good. But like, so he's just complaining. What's the name of the hot new TTRP that came a couple months ago? Fantasy. Something he can get into grifting. Like this is, and then he just sucking dick at AI. And then of course he's talking about it. Like, and of course he has this. Of course he does this. It's so fun. It's the same shit. It's the same shit. Oh my God, dude. Like Disney. These guys really know the marketing. I have no idea what swords and slippers are. Like, it's who remembers this? Work on your fucking game. Like he's talking about kill this art style. The people have spoken. Look, what do you think? I guarantee that Asian companies kicking Western AAA's ass do not have DI consultants, sensitive readers, LGBTQ councils, and review every game feature. Guess who's hiring and who's laying off thousands? He doesn't even understand how the industry that he claims. Oh, I'm getting upset. Let me just go back here. But it's the same shit no matter what, right? It's the same shit no matter what. It's the same shit no matter what.
With apologies for citing Pick News, rightly points out in its brief article on the controversy. Both games in the series are commonly cited by right-wing, anti-woke groups as examples of apolitical games made before the industry, they argue, went woke, by diversifying video game characters and highlight issues such as feminism and LGBTQ rights. And yet, here is
Hold on. First off, DEI Watchdogs. DI Watchdog is one of the funniest shit. I did a video on that. I'm not gonna, really get that, but it is one of the funniest fucking of those, like, does this game have wokeness? It's so funny. It's so funny. But both games in the series are commonly cited by right-wing anti-woke groups as examples of apolitical games made before the industry they argue went woke. This can't be talking about Elder Scrolls. This can't be talking about Elder Scrolls. The infamous website DI Watchdog, which brands how woke video games are, gives the Elder Scrolls Skyrim and the Elder Scrolls Oblivion an apolitical rating of 4 out of 5, while their respective woke rating is just 1 out of 5. All three developers worked on both of these
issues such as feminism and LGBTQ rights. And yet, here is Grums acting like they're invaders, brought in to ruin everyone's favourite bug-filled story-like video game stealth archer simulator. Not only that, the replies seem to indicate many who are angry about this think that these women are DEI hires, or affirmative action, which are two different things and aren't as common as people think, but also, if they worked on the original Oblivion, DEI initiatives in game studios weren't a super common thing at the time. Now, maybe Todd Howard is more forward-thinking than comes across, but I doubt it, given this is Bethesda, which is, as most of these weirdos that are now super angry at this would have said themselves prior to these photographs, are not exactly a shining beacon of equality. They would have admitted this before the attempts to stir up outrage about having to look at female employees that don't look like Eve from Stellar Blade, and the tiniest bit of gender-neutral language appearing in the Oblivion remake. Before all that, they would have admitted that Bethesda is not the ultra-progressive company that I might like it to be. For one, they
Yeah,
are now
sure.
owned by Microsoft's Xbox, which is on the BDS list for a reason. Besides that, famously, a former Elder Scrolls dev who came out as trans was denied healthcare and forced out of the company. This trans employee was eventually given the ultimatum that they'd cover her health insurance if she'd resign and not sue the company for discrimination. In fact, since
What?
the names in Leona Farron's story of her horrible treatment following coming out to her team are changed to protect identities, for all I know, one of these women these chuds are now screaming are too woke to be allowed to work at Bethesda could have been one of these people in the company that outed this trans employee to her team against her will.
Yeah, and that's an interesting point to bring up. These people assume so much about others. Like, oh, these three women, they're woke and they could be raging fucking Trump supporters. They could be. Not saying that they are. We don't know. That's the point, though. They have to make assertions about people to fulfill their agenda. You don't know what these people's political leanings are. Hell, Caitlyn Jenner is a well-known trans woman and is an active Republican supporter and a Trump supporter. Even though that goes exactly against her best interest as a member of the LGBTQ community, she still supports them. You don't fucking know these people's allegiances. You don't know. All you know is that they work at a game studio.
That are guilty of intentional deadnaming and misgendering, left her locked out of her work account for months at a time, and pressured her to leave until she did leave out of fear. How extremely woke of them! But of course, to the kind of people who see a picture of a woman and decide she looks too woke to work, all women and minorities are stuffed into one big blob of people I hate. Women are woke. Trans people are woke. People of colour are woke. Therefore, if I see woman, I see woke, even if one of the women in question might share half of your stupid-ass opinions. And they would not have been saying this about any Bethesda staff even a few short months ago. Even according to those ridiculous woke watch websites that all right-wing gamers started making the last year or so, trying to make sure all woke games are flagged so no one accidentally plays a story with themes said, again, according to Pink News. The infamous website DEI Watchdog, which brands how woke video games are, gives both the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim and the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion an apolitical rating of 4 out of 5 stars, while the respective woke rating is just 1 out of 5. All 3 developers worked on both of these games. And as much as if these people that live in a...
Can someone explain to me? Now, I didn't play Oblivion, so maybe that one has no politics. Can someone explain to me how Elder Scrolls Skyrim is apolitical? Like, to me, apolitical means not concerned with politics, right? Not literally having a part of the game where the beginning of the game, they think you're a Stormcloak, right? And that's why they're trying to kill you. And then a dragon comes. Like, am I tweaking? Was that not the setup? Is that they believe you are a member of like, or not? You're a prisoner, and then the guy next to you, sorry, is Ulfred Stormcloak. He's being sent to be executed for political reasons, and then the dragon comes down, and then you get wrapped into the political machinations of the world. Like, the game literally stops, and it's like you have to choose who in the Civil War wins. I'm sorry, I have to look this up. Am I tweaking? It's been a minute. Skyrim Civil War, right? That's like, this is a real thing, right? Battle for Whiterun. Like, this happened in fucking Skyrim. I'm not making this up, right? Pick and pick if you want to play as a character who isn't in the front place aside from Skyrim. It doesn't make sense to find a banner that ultimately accepts you. Pick Stormcloak if you believe the Empire has no right to say what Skyrim Genesis can and can't do. Like, why did this guy have a Civil War? Like, literally, like, There's a fucking civil war that happens in the game. Can Skyrim Civil War be complete without choosing a side? One of the biggest quest lines of Elder Scrolls V is the Civil War, which sees players side with either Imperials or Stormcloaks. Like, the Civil War has a complicated and deeply political origin. How is this? How is this? It's in the main story quest. The player holds a meeting between the Stormcloaks, the Legion, the Blades, and the Thalmor, and the Greybeards to negotiate a truce, which pauses the Civil War, which is the closest thing neutral ending players can get for a Civil War questline. Truce was temporary, and the fighting picks back up as soon as Alduin is defeated. The war won't resolve itself without the player involvement either. Jagmore actually plays an important part in the questline, making decisions that advance the war in the favor of whichever side enlisted, and without their involvement, it's hard to know how long the war would still be in standstill. This means, inevitably, players who want to see the war conclude would have to pick a side to turn. Like, you are literally a political figure. How is that game apolitical?
In a perpetual state of constant outrage, got Oblivion or Skyrim on release today for the first time, and saw that you could play as a black person, a woman, even a black woman, which, as we all know, is the wokest anyone can be without also being trans and disabled and having blue hair.
Oh, I was going to say you have to be trans and disabled, but they beat me to it.
And refusing to date gamers specifically. If they bought these games on release with the mindset they have now, they would be fuming at how woke a game they were having shoved down their throats, as they're always saying.
You know, they'd be so mad playing that game when they got to the Red Guard selection. They'd see the Imperials in the North and be like, hell yeah. And they'd see the Argonians and Khajiit be like, hell yeah. And they'd see the Red Guards and be like, why is his race woke?
If we're being honest with ourselves, however, the Elder Scrolls never has the most challenging or in-depth stories, especially given the main faction split in Skyrim was whether you wanted to join the Imperialist Pig Dogs or a fantasy National Socialist black metal band. Where's the neither button, Todd Howard, you coward? Well, if you're me, you can join the Imperials and then kill the Emperor during the Dark Brotherhood questline. That's a pretty good compromise. And what's more is, you had to watch pretty far into the livestream to see the faces of these three women. They weren't the face of the presentation. They're just some of the employees that were interviewed about Oblivion Remastered.
See, and that's the thing. I paused this video so much that no one can call me a content thief. No one was calling me anything. I'm just doing a bit. But I'm also talking about the fact that reaction content is often been used to just be lazy. But that's such a good point that they brought up. Whenever you see them zero in on these people, it's always like, here, listen, game companies are majority are white men. We know this, right? We know this to be true. But they will zero in on like the two women in the background, or like if there's a woman who's like, yeah, I'm one of the lead artists here. They're like, why is there a woman working on this game? Woke, gay, bullshit. 1 out of like 1,000 people could be a black person, and they'd be like, look at this DEI shit. That's why they always, like people like Andy Pants, for example, will always use that video from Halo like Women's Day or the Red Dead Redemption or Rockstar teams like doing an International Women's Day celebration and be like, this is the team working on, this is the voice she does too. This is the team working on the new Grand Theft Auto 6. Remember when games were masculine and you had men working on games? Again, it's the girls have cooties and I'm afraid of them mentality.
There were tons of male employees too, but Grums wasn't complaining about them. Why isn't Grums furious?
Yeah, it's so they can complain about the many POC queer characters in games. Do you remember that guy who was complaining about Expedition 33? Let me see if I can find it real quick. There was a guy complaining about Expedition 33 on Twitter. What was it? Expedition 33. It was like he was like calculating how many people of color were in like the scene. I'm not insane. It's a real thing that someone did. How do I search it though? Expedition 33. 33 too many. 2016. Is that what it is? Oh, thank you, Gaming Circle Jerk. That sounds weird to say out loud. But oh, my bad. You guys aren't seeing shit right now. Okay. So, yes. Claire Obscure, X33. Why have developers faithfully respected the inspiration in all aspects, but not in demographic aspect? If you can't read it, I think I have to. Oh, you can't. I can't zoom in on this picture. It's too small. So I'll read it to you. It says, for the whole game, we had more of a. Oh, sorry. Yeah. For the whole game, we had more of a Belle Epoque Art Deco inspiration. So France from the early 20th century mixed with high fantasy. That's something that we wanted the city at the beginning of the expedition for the expeditionary outfit. Or yeah, exceptionary outfit, sorry. For the manor, yada, yada, yada. And then based on historical context, scholars estimate the black population at 0.01 to 0.05% of the total, equating to roughly 40,000 to 200,000 people, with the lower end at 0.01 to 0.2%, or 40,000 to 80,000, more likely given the limited scale of colonial migration. And so then they go through and count the black people as NPCs in the beginning part of the game before you do your gommage, or before you trek over to the island with the paintress. This is the same level of insanity. Playing a beautiful game like Expedition 33 and going, there are too many black people here in the background that'd be unrealistic given the population, and ignoring the fucking fact that these people are traveling to an island to beat a gigantic paintress that puts a number on a giant slab that kills people of that age. But there's too many blacks as NPCs, so I'm out of the game. That's the same kind of mentality for these people where they're like, I watched this live stream for Bethesda. It's this 2-hour live stream, and when 1 hour and 46 seconds in, there was 3 women in there.
Presence of Tom Mustaine.
Too many women.
He's got white hair, which might as well be blue hair, and he's a binaclad. Or how about Lisa Hoge? Jauji? However you pronounce it. Lisa, who is also in this video, is a woman and is a senior UX/UI designer.
Oh, but they can jerk off to her.
Also pretty important to the company, and a woman. Is this not everything these people claim to hate? Well, no, because she's skinny and conventionally attractive. So my follow-up question then is, how ugly does a woman have to be woke? If you lose weight, do you get less woke? Is eating food woke? Is salad the only anti-woke food?
You don't make friends with
salad.
Grums isn't skinny either, so presumably he's woke, and he's biracial, which the people he's aligned with are usually frothing at the mouth at seeing in video games. And his alter ego is a woman, so he must even have a little bit of internalized transphobia.
That's what I'm saying. Like, and I said this same shit about Rev Says Des. These are the same people who would be like, this is a confused man. This is a Tim. This is a man in a dress. And then they are literally men in dresses. Again, this is even more of like a what the fuck than like if I were to put on a maid outfit, right? Because this isn't about my sexuality or anything like that. But I didn't rig it. To have a VTuber model, you have to do rigging, right? There's physics that behind it, like when the way the hair moves and the clothing goes on your body and all that shit too. Meaning there is intentionality in this. He intentionally has a cat girl VTuber avatar ready to go that has a completely different body shape than his, not only his real body, but the body of his own VTuber avatar. And yet, he's saying wokeness is killing games. My brother in Christ. I got nothing. I got nothing.
In there too. And yet he's their hero. Or he was. Until half of even the most frothing at the mouth outrage merchants realized he'd been scamming them for years and was never making the game they donated thousands of dollars towards for some reason. But what if these guys are right? What if it's not just that these women have aged 20 years since they first started at Blizzard, and as such, don't look like 20-year-olds anymore? Well,
insane.
Let's look briefly at the qualifications and see. Christiane Meister, senior character artist at Bethesda and one of the women targeted by the post, has worked at the studio for over 26 years and has worked on Bethesda projects as far back as 2002 with The Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Browder, Bethesda's production and studio director, was also targeted by the post, despite the fact she's worked with the studio for almost 2 decades. She worked as a producer on The Elder Scrolls 5 Skyrim and Fallout 4, and worked with quality assurance on Oblivion. Finally, senior environmental artist Megan Sawyer has spent 21 years working to create the world of Tamriel, including the town of Cheydinhal and the interiors of the Imperial City in The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. She also created world art for Fallout 3, Fallout 4, and The Elder Scrolls 5 Skyrim. So, if I'm counting right, that makes it 0 points for the chuds, and let's say 5 for everyone else. I think that makes things quite clear.
That is...
You can't describe it. That's...
Jesus Christ. I'm so glad this isn't fucking like Vaseline 240p quality because I don't like seeing his face. But I'm sorry I paused on it. Those people have more experience with Bethesda as a game than Mark Kern has as in a game anything. Mark Kern didn't even last 20 years in Blizzard. I think it was like 10. What? He was in Blizzard from 1997 to 2005. Yeah, not even 10 years. They have more experience. In fact, Mark Kern did Blizzard and then Red 5 from 2005 to 2013. Fuck it. Let's go to his Wikipedia page. Because, so he worked for Blizzard for from 1997, so for 8 years. And then he did Red 5 Studios for another 8 years. That's 16 years. And now he's presumably doing Firefall, whatever. But like that's, or not, he's doing Ember, which who knows how long he's been gone for. But combined, he hasn't even worked as long as one of the women that they're going after. 26 years, 2 decades, 21 years. They have more experience doing what they do than Mark Kern has in the entire game industry. One of them was quality assurance and is a production and studio director, who most likely started on QA and then worked her way up, right? You have a senior environment artist, 21 years, 26 years. As far back as 2002 with Morrowind. She's been with them for that long. Mind you, by the time she was with them, Mark was 3 years from leaving from Blizzard. No. 3 years from leaving from Blizzard. Like, it's insane. It's fucking insane. It's so insane. But of course you have these unqualified men going after these women. Let's just start it from here.
He will also become 40 years old, and you're going to have to cope with that.
Wait, hold on.
Quality assurance on Oblivion. Finally, senior environmental artist Megan Sawyer has spent 21 years working to create the world of Tamriel, including the town of Cheydinhal and the interiors of the Imperial City in The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. She also created world art for Fallout 3, Fallout 4, and The Elder Scrolls 5 Skyrim. So, if I'm
part of the world.
Right, that makes it 0 points for the chuds, and let's say 5 for everyone else. I think that makes things quite clear.
You can't describe it.
Ugh.
That's the hard part about it.
As it turns out, and sit down, guys, because this might shock you, women can, in fact, have jobs. And don't leave your seats just yet. Hear me out. Women also age.
Bullshit. Bullshit. This video's done. This is bullshit. Sorry, I just needed a moment. I heard this bullshit. Women don't age, dude. Come on. Listen. I am 35 years old. I have never seen a woman age in my goddamn life. Now, I have 3 sisters, but those aren't women. And those are my sisters. And I have a mom, but again, not a woman. She's my mommy. They don't age. Women don't age. Sisters and moms age. Wives age. Daughters do too, but not women. Dummy.
I know, shocker. One day Sydney Sweeney will also become 40 years old, and you're gonna have to cope with
40?
that.
But that's like 80 in human years. Ew.
Despite what Grums may have told you, women are not ornaments that you get to put on your shelf and just watch and admire. They're people, just like you. Well, maybe not just like you. If you follow Grums, they're more human than you, because you lose some humanity points for dealing with all that mess. Like, if you're on the side of the guy who spent the last few years loudly and proudly trying to make a second Gamergate happen, then some part of your soul is just truly gone. And if we're honest with ourselves, it's probably the part that could talk to women without screaming that they're ruining video games. I can't imagine.
I can't, for the life of me, imagine myself as a 60-year-old man. So like in like 20, I'm 36 this year. So I'm like 24 years? No way. Yeah, 24 years from now. So I'm just like 20 years older, whatever. Me in 24 years, getting on the internet, whatever that looks like, and complaining that my video games aren't hot anymore. Like I don't know what mistakes would happen in my life to lead me down that path and to be proud of that. Probably me getting divorced and, you know, losing custody of my children would probably do that if I had children. But who knows what happened in those 24 years. But I could not imagine that being an outcome of my life. I think I'd be safe to say I'd rather be dead.
Imagine why right-wingers find it so hard to date women their age. So, what do you do for fun?
Oh, me? I'm a gamer.
What kind of games are you excited for right now?
Well, I was going to pre-order Witcher 4 until that fucking bitch Siri ruined everything by taking the place of a man.
Oh, shit. Sorry. My friend just texted me. It's an emergency. She fell down a well that has incredible signal. You see, no matter what people like Crumbs might want you to think, women are human beings with
Crumbs is a walking Redditor.
Internal monologues who desire and have goals and work and age and have preferences, and some of those preferences might be the same as yours. And it's weird that you think women who don't look like someone you would approach at a bar definitely would not be a gamer just on principle, wouldn't like video games, wouldn't make video games, wouldn't have made your favorite video games. Each of these women has done more for game development than Mark Kern ever has.
That's exactly what I was fucking saying. I should let this video play, but then again, I'd just be cheating if I let it play and not say anything. But yes, so many women have contributed to gaming in so much more tangible, significant ways than Mark Kern has ever. Mark has overinflated his sense of importance. He has overstated what he's actually done with the World of Warcraft team, right? He acts as if he is this savant game developer when he can't even fucking do character skins. As opposed to him, he couldn't upload a new character because the textures didn't bake right. And someone who knew how to do that shit was like, bro, that takes like an hour to fix. Why has it been 3 months? Like, I think he doesn't actively work on his game because honestly, it's a grift. But also, I don't think he knows how to program games. Like, I don't think he knows that. Like, I don't think he understands that it takes a lot to program a game and then to have it run well, and also have like character artists and like a direction and plot and all that shit. Which is why Ember is this unhinged, disjointed visual mess of a game that has giant mechs, but also people on fat chocobo ripoffs, but then also these aliens with their mounts, but also there's actually no mounts, but also here's a guy with a 6-piece gun, but then also here's this girl in a bikini, but also here's this cat girl with all different visual elements. And then on top of that, he was trying to be like, should we change our art style to look more like Mecha Break, a successful free-to-play game that people can actually play? And in my brain, I go, hey, that's weird, right? That's weird to be like this far into production of the game and then be like, by the way, we still haven't landed on a visual identity. Do you want us to copy someone else's visual identity, or should we keep what we have here? Fucking insane, and no one's calling him out on that.
And none of them, I would wager, used millions of dollars in company funds to buy a bus from the Pimp My Ride people that can't drive, and spent more public funds making weirdly misogynistic fetish content in their mums' names. And as long as those of you watching never did anything that bizarre, remember, you might have bad days. You might stumble. You might fall. You might fall into depression, or have days when you feel like you're completely worthless. But no matter what happens to you, you'll always, always be less pathetic and less repulsive than Mark Grums Kern. Remember that. And thanks for watching.
Fucking pronouns! I love nothing more than to be dragged out.
Someone made it a song? That's crazy. I'm gonna give this video a like. That was a good job. Where's the like button? There's the like button. I give it a like. Let's look at the comments and see how many people are. Hey, that's me. Oh wow, people aren't actually being like crazy sexist here. Oh, she nice. That must be so nice. Lily Orchard versus Bald. No, I want to know the less about Lily Orchard I know, the better. Holy shit. Holy shit, I'm so tired of this. What, anti-woke? Game criticism is not real criticism. Do I have it in me to watch another 40-minute video right now? Nah. Maybe later. Maybe later. That was a good video though. I like that video. Good job, Brigitte. Hopefully your other videos aren't like immediately gonna make me regret saying it was good. That's happened before with that one guy when I was like, oh, he's spitting, and then it was like, oh no. But I have a feeling she's not gonna do that. Really good video. Yeah, I liked it. But it really, let me fix my. That didn't make it better. But that really touches on a couple of key points, right? You have someone like Grums who has to do this. That's kind of been the theme for this streaming, right? It's people who kind of just have to do what they do, and you see the way they lie and manipulate things, right? I was thinking for 4 hours, holy shit. But it's that though, right? It's nerd-rotic saying this is what happened in Ironheart, and it's the most disingenuous thing you could possibly imagine. Same thing with my other video when I talked about Nux and Rev says Des. They have to present things in the most uncharitable lighting, because if they don't, then their entire business falls apart. That's why Critical Drinker could not put a review out of Sinners on his main channel or put a review out within the same week the movie drops. Meanwhile, he can put out a video on 4th of July for Jurassic Park Rebirth. He had the video, what was like G20, the like streaming service video. He could literally put that out anytime. He put it like almost the day after it came out. But Sinners, movie did too good. He can't talk about it. Nerderotic, completely forgot that movie came out. Didn't forget about Ironheart, but forgot about that movie. But yes, it's all about money. It's all about money. It's never about integrity. It's never about presenting information to people in a way that either gets them thinking or engaged. It's always, hey, I want you angry. Here's gonna make you so angry and make me so much money. I love making money. I don't have a soul, so I just do this for money. And yes, it's very fucking obvious, which is why they have to be constantly doing something too. That's another thing too. Like, look at someone I really do enjoy whenever he decides to put a video out is H-Bomber Guy. H-Bomber Guy has gone almost a full year without dropping a video. In fact, I think the last video was a year ago. It was the fucking plagiarism video, right? That was literally a year ago. Like that was an actual year ago. I'm looking at a channel right now. It's 1 year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago. Within the last, he's put out a video a year. Now, granted, these are banger videos. These are really well researched and edited and all that stuff. But these are years apart. But this is someone who maybe to a like insane degree takes their time with their work and wants to make sure he's putting out something that has meaning and not just putting out shit every other day, which is about, hey, Ironheart's sure is bad. Let's make 4 videos on it. Like, I could never fucking do that. That's why I've said before, and I'll keep saying this. I am not motivated by money. Money does not move me this way. I have a job. So this legitimately isn't a career for me. This is something I do ultimately for fun. A YouTuber named Sean. Oh yeah, I saw his videos. But like, yes, yeah, people who take their time what they do and then they put out stuff and it's like it's fucking peak, it's mint. To be fair, there are also people who put out daily stuff, right? Where it's like easier stuff to make, like reaction videos or vlogs, whatever. But even then, they offer some level of insight that isn't just, well, I'm a grifter, so I'm always going to be negative on things you expect me to be negative on, right? Sometimes just random shit. Like Moist Critical has some of the most, like, I would say milk toasted opinions about things, but he also does videos where he's like, I'm going to have every dildo. I'll show you that. I'm going to eat all this cereal. I'm going to play this game. Like, at least it's like, hey, he's just a guy doing shit and you like that. That's fine. Daily stuff. But these grifters just put out hate all the time. Like, all the time. Like, you saw Grum's Twitter page. It is insanity. And if you guys were here earlier, or you weren't here, I should say, there is a user online on Twitter who's obsessed with me. Like, obsessed with me. You think I'm going to turn to the dark side in 6 months? I've been doing this sort of content for 2 years. What are you talking about? There is no turning me. Bitch, I'm already dark, first off. And secondly, I hate these people with the irrational level of passion to the point where I would actively turn down money if it came from them. Like if they were like, here's $1 million, you say something, positive about these guys' content, I'd be like, I'm going to just not have $1 million. Like, I don't like them. I don't like what they do. I think what they do makes everything worse. It makes all discourse worse. I hate those guys. I make no secret about that. I will never be a grifter. Even though some people who hate me call me a grifter and they never explain how, I will never do that. But I even have people who are like obsessed with me, right? And they are so desperate because they need someone. They need someone to be their enemy so they can make shit up, right? So they can just obsess. If you were here earlier, I'm going to do a repeat for, you know, because a lot of you guys weren't in the chat when this happened, but there is, oh, I'm just looking at my Orc City stuff. But yeah. Here is on Twitter right now. His name is Old Man Grim. He has me blocked, which is important to state. So I'll show you. He's had me blocked for I don't know how long, right? I don't know how long he's had me blocked. But for the last, I guess, what, 2 months, he has been stalking my page. Like my Twitter page. I'm being dead serious. Like from May until, let me see, I think it was July, right? Yeah, I posted this here. So just look at this. I did this on my phone, obviously, but you see here. So this is from May. I think you have June. So all my posts in June. June 24, June 26, June 26, 3 days ago, 3 days ago, 3 days ago. So yeah, 3 days ago. And he says he's like, I get no emotion. I'm like, I literally have a post right now that has over 160,000 likes on Twitter, and it's blowing up notifications. They finally just stopped. But this is what I mean when I say these guys have to have someone. Old Man Grim, no one fucking knows who he is. Okay? Nothing, no one knows. No one knows who this guy is. But because one time, I never even spoke to this man. I was talking about 8-Bit Eric because he always comes after like Alyssa and other people, and he always interjects himself in like other people's shit, like with Alyssa. And I'm like, that's my friend, so I can, you know, say this. I'm like, you're a fucking weirdo. You have no emotion. Because again, I was talking about it being on YouTube, where he has like almost 100,000 subscribers and can't even crack like 2,000 views. And I'm like, that is really, really fucking bad ratio, view to sub ratio, right? And that's all I talked about. And then that Ryan Grimm's guy, whatever, he joined in and was like, oh, he has no emotion. I'm going to show you who has no emotion. And he just kept saying that. So that whole thread is just him replying to me, a person who wasn't even talking to him. Because he needs something. He needs a target. He needs something to give him relevance. And that's what all these grifters do. Eventually they find a couple of targets and they're like, these are my go-to. For Smash JT, it's Alyssa Mercante. For Critical Drinker, it's literally any woman in media. For Nerderotic, it's anything I can be racist about. Nerderotic also did the whole Blue Beetle thing, talking about tacos and shit on his thumbnail, right? For these guys, they need an enemy that they can make content off of. Like, literally, that's all they do. And it's like, you are putting yourselves in these holes. Like, look, for example, this is gonna be kind of a pivot. Let's go to 8-Bit Eric's page. I think it's a perfect highlighting point here. So look. Look at what happens when he started actually talking about Nintendo, things that are actually happening in the gaming world, right? Like here, you have a video 2 weeks ago. I have chosen Nintendo Switch, almost 7,000 views. And then you have his Nintendo Ruined Online, almost 3,000 views. And then you have boom, Mario Kart's getting a view bombed, 15,000 views. Fan Silence, 22,000 views. And then he follows up this momentum with a fucking video about Alyssa. And he goes back to the Nintendo. Nintendo videos are obviously doing better than talking about Alyssa Mercante. But does he stop talking about her? No. People don't care about Kingdom Hearts being too straight. No one cares about that. Like objectively, his Nintendo videos do better than his other videos. Like, look, within this stretch of a month, right? Nintendo Switch leaks, 5,000 views. Nintendo Switch leak again, 2,000 views. EA video, 700 views. BioWare 600 views. They hate him, 1,000 views. Dragon Age, you're getting 600 views. Like, it's obvious you should be moving towards what people originally subscribed to you for. But he can't because he needs an enemy. He needs an enemy. Just like with fucking Old Man Grandma I showed you, just like with Grums, just like with all these guys. They need enemies. They quite simply cannot function without one. Look at the quartering. Oh my god, yeah, the quartering's fucking Jesus Christ, dude. The quartering was all about Brie Larson. Like, he was that guy. And now he's just, I mean, he's still a grifter. He's still definitely grifting, but you can tell the intensity is no longer where it was because these aren't viable. Like, if you already have bigger channels doing that shit, then like, also, I always look at it in terms of like, listen, is 90,000 views a lot? For me, absolutely. Even like 5,000 views is a lot because my channel's only 4,000, right? But if you have millions, he's complaining he's not buying his coffee and that's why he's late to go. But if you have millions of subscribers and you can't get more than like 90,000 consistently, I feel like that's a problem, no? Like, there's a certain percentage that's like, okay, that's a good ratio to have. And then you're seeing a lot of these grifter content absolutely tanking. Even though, yes, it's obvious to say they have more views than me, they have a bigger reach than me. But if we were to look at viewers to sub ratios, I am doing better than these guys, right? Granted, I have a lower threshold to cross, but they have more people. So on like a video they just put out should at least get like 10 times the amount my videos get. But the fact, like, me and 8-Bit Eric, again, he has 94,000 subscribers. I have like almost 5,000, are getting almost equal views is insane for his channel. That's not healthy. We shouldn't have the same ranges. And I've been saying this for the longest time. What they're constantly putting out was never going to be sustainable. She's called Butter Girl because she went on this diet of literally eating just butter and drinking no water. And she was hospitalized like 3 times for not drinking water. But that is but that's the result too, right? Like, you have to do crazy, outlandish shit to be relevant. You have to have enemies. You have to be constantly now. Like, look at all the grifters I talked about before. Now they're all talking about suddenly politics, right? Like, again, most of the stuff I'm talking about is in my my video about Nux and Rev because they kind of highlight this issue. But that's what they're doing. They're not talking about politics. They're not talking about, oh wow, I almost have 10,000 views on that video. They're talking about politics and shit that they're not equipped to talk about, because that is where they get the views now. That's the new hotness. And now they're all talking about Hassan on Twitter showing a fake gun to some guy and saying he doxed them. Even though the guy who was leaving hateful comments in this Twitch chat put his name and his YouTube name as his fucking handle, which means they just looked at his YouTube page. They're calling it a dox because they need sensationalism. They need to take shit out of context. They need to constantly be in your public eye, because if they go away, the algorithm will not like them anymore because they're not hitting it with the same level of frequency. Meanwhile, someone like H Bomber Guy or Sean Vids can just come every couple of months, or H Bomber's Guy years, drop a video, light YouTube on fire, and leave. Yeah, none of them are doing good. No one who's done like Grifter shit, none of their channels are doing well. That's the thing. They're not having the infinite growth they thought they're gonna have. Because what they do is they capture a very fleeting emotion. Even though being a hater can be motivating, actual anger and hatred is hard to maintain. That's why they have to consistently manufacture it. And it's exhausting for both someone making it and someone consuming it. Just like how you wouldn't want every single video of mine to be like, this is why this is bad. This is why this is bad. This is why this is bad. You also wouldn't want every single one of their videos to be like, this is why you should be mad. This is why you should be mad. You should be mad at this. This should make you mad. This should be upset. I'm not gonna, at least hopefully I do try to inform, put a little humor in there, you know, a little edutainment, but I do try to inform people, whether it's about something hyper specific to me, or whether it's about like a topic I think is really interesting, or topics that are being talked about. I want to put some level of information there, because whether you hate me or not, you can still get information and you can judge if it's accurate or not. But from those guys, you don't get information. You just get straight up a script. We did the Ironheart thing earlier. You saw people saying Iron Chart. You saw my video about with Rev and Nux. You saw me watching the Nerdrotic video. It's the same stuff. It's the same arguments. You don't get anything original. You get shit remixed and regurgitated. And after a while, it's like, why would I come to your page when I could go to the big dogs pages and they're already talking about it? Your shit's downstream. Like, why would I want to do that? I mean, yeah, they're not doing well regardless. But that's what I'm saying. None of this shit was sustainable. And if you go back to a couple of my videos, you'll see that I've always said that. I'm like, it's not sustainable. I remember specifically when I was watching that Atreus video, I said straight up, this shit's not sustainable. Because it isn't. You can't live off of outrage. You simply can't. That's why, again, they have to keep finding newer things and even newer ways to try to get money. Why is Nux Taku talking about Iran? Why is Grum suddenly talking about the world stage and how it is the semblance of the culture we're happening here? There's no such thing as journalism. There is journalism, right? There is journalism, right? The problem is we are in an age where people don't give a shit about truth. People don't want to wait for anything. Like, people simply just want people to report on things regardless if it's true or not. We're in an age where integrity and veracity doesn't matter. That's why you have these grifters blowing up. Granted, it's not hotness anymore, but that's why you had that happen, because it's who's first and not who's accurate. Again, if you guys are here earlier, you saw when I went to Neurotic's channel where he had videos already saying that Ironheart's bad before Ironheart even came out. You're priming your audience. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. It quite simply does not matter if it's true or not. Right? It's just whatever I can put out there, whatever gets me views, whatever makes my content for the day. Because at the end of the day, that's all they care about. It's content. It's content. They will critique the MCU saying it's content slop. Meanwhile, their own channels are some of the most derivative shit you've ever seen. Like, there's almost no difference between their shit and the AI content slops. They're like all those like explainer videos. You know what I'm talking about when I say like the AI stuff, like the explainer videos? Here. It's like these videos. It's like this shit where it's like every blank explained, right? Oh, sorry. Like these videos where it's just like
legs, and then it hits you. Deja vu, the accidental save reload.
Now I don't think this guy is necessarily like AI, but it's like
in a lifeboat, desperate, they draw.
But this guy, this channel,
exactly like the king, so much so that they could have been twins. As they talked, they discovered even more strange connections. They learned they had been
because you'll see that video, and then it's like. There's like a billion of other videos I've seen before. It's not just from this guy. It's like this shit too, right?
A powerful gravitational pull on everything and the hundreds of millions of light.
Like they're all doing this format where it's like, here's the thumbnail, it's like, here's the shit explained or whatever. It's like universes explained. It's like every dark universe explained. There we go. And it's like, this is from Fictionary, but this is from Easily Explained. And this is from, like, look at that content output. Like, this is...
Dark Souls. Dark Souls is one of the darkest and most unforgiving universes.
Fiction scares universes with no hope.
You wake up in a corridor that stretches beyond comprehension. Dark Souls. Dark Souls is one of...
Listen to this voice.
...of the darkest and most unforgiving universes in fiction.
And listen to this voice.
Blame. You wake up in a corridor that stretches beyond comprehension. Metal walls rise into darkness.
2 different channels. Also, it's not pronounced blame. It's blom. I'm not being funny either. That's how it's pronounced. Like it's the same. It's like but like there's no difference to me from like these channels that appear. Joined in 2024, November 2024. It is July. And within that time, he's uploaded 60 videos. He started uploading 3 months ago. 3 months ago. 3 months and 60 videos. That is insane. You know, maybe that's a different video for me. Maybe that'll be a different video topic for me. But like, yeah, I see no difference between those and what the yellow flashes and the fucking neurotics and the critical thinkers were put out. One's obviously way more frequent, but it's the same content overall. It's easily producible slop that has little to no thought put into it. You saw that Nerdrotic video where he spent the first like 4 minutes not talking about the show that he's supposed to be talking about, right? And then his analysis was just like, oh yeah, then look at this gem. Look at that gem. The show's bad because it makes fun of Iron Man. Like, could you imagine, let's say that was true, for example. Could you imagine saying the entirety of a show is bad because it makes fun of a character you like? No matter how well it's written, how well the acting is performed, or the visual effects, or the stories, or whatever, because they make fun of a character I don't like, it's a bad video. It's a bad show. Oh, bro, if Ironheart got fucking pre-watched essentially by these grifters, and they all came up with the same issue. Like, here, look at this, look at this. You just type in Ironheart. You just type in Ironheart, and you can see right here, there's no TV, there's no anything like that. It just says Ironheart, right? You have Nerdrotic, and then you have Reeves Double Downs with Demons. I'm gonna assume from the thumbnail that it's probably a negative review. You have the trailer, you have Birdman, which I obviously watched, and then you have the breakdown. You have another Nerdrotic. You have Toxic Slop, Iron Shard, Ironheart is 2 hours of brain rot. Official trailer, Mars Most Hated, and then Shy Top Then. And like that's like no one scrolls down this far, right? Tony Stark died for this. What a waste, right? Ironheart is Marvel's greatest disaster. I'm still scrolling. Ironheart, this is an AI thumbnail, right? Why Ironheart Sucks Part 2 is scene comparison. All within the last, 3 days, not a hero. Woke Watch, a masterclass in bad morality. This show hates you. Like, Ironheart sucks. It's people trying to push out an agenda to the point where they're all saying the same thing, but not in different ways. Gojinka Tracers, Ironheart. No wonder Marvel tried to bury this show. That was a month ago, mind you. That was a month ago. So before. An angry review, this is obviously a rhetorical question. They're not saying it's the worst show ever. I want money, narcissist. Like, Ironheart's the worst person in the Marvel Universe. The Marvel Universe has Red Skull in it. Thanos. I think it's worse people than Ironheart. Oh, look. Stephen Carter. What does he call it? Iron Shart. Oh, whoa. What's this? Iron Shart review? Like, you see how they completely dominated this. Is how they completely dominated the search for this. I forgot what video I was watching, but they were saying like there's like a term they came up with where it's like, oh, it was my boy. It was Crimes New Roman. It was Noah's video, but it was talking about how essentially I forgot the terms called, but it's like they have created because like it's data void. There we go. There are data voids, and so because not enough people know about a certain topic, there's not much about that topic. So these people can create what you would find out if you search that topic. So you saw me just type in Ironheart, and you got a ton of just baseless, hateful shit, right? Just same grifters, same people talking about it. So now when you look up Ironheart, you're like, oh, this shit fucking sucks. It's terrible. And then you look at the reviews from actual critics, and it's like 85% Rotten Tomatoes. People generally liked it. Because this is what they have to do. Like, that's what they have to do. And yeah, it is the same slop. It's the same shit over and over and over and over and over. Things you should understand is that the entertainment space is niche. Way more people out there who don't care as much as they do. No, exactly. Like, I understand. Same thing because I'm also in the video game space too, right? And in the anime space. We are hyper online. So everything's hyper concentrated. There are not people who are like, hey, I actually care about this in real life. They're just like, but I got text. There's not people who care about this in real life to that level. It's like, oh, I like this movie. I thought it was pretty cool. People in real life aren't going to scene by scene break down every single frame of a movie and discuss it, right? That's what people who are really hyper into it doing it, but also doing it for content. Just like in video games, people aren't going to base their purchases based off of how many dislikes a YouTube trailer for a game got. That's never been the case. But in the world of the internet, it is the end all be all. That's why they do this shit. That's why they have to make these massive online harassment campaigns, because in the real life, they have no fucking juice. They have no emotion. They have no power. More people will have seen Ironheart than any of their videos. Straight up. But the people online who have seen those videos will be the ones who come back for their other videos. It has nothing to do with trying to actually make an impact, right? Like I said, it has everything to do with them trying to make money. That's all this has ever been about. It's always been money. Yeah, exactly. People think because Donald Trump is president that wokeness is dead in games and in entertainment and all that other stuff too. And it's like, it's art. Your president doesn't dictate what's art or people's expressions. I mean, at least not right now, but he's definitely trying. Wait. Yeah, like when you talk about the Little Mermaid movie or Elio or G20, they're talking about movies they actually were never going to watch or care about, but they know it helps build up the narrative. Like, look how many movies are bad. It's because everyone's black. It's because everyone's queer. And not because of, like, I don't know, capitalism and how they kill artists' visions for, you know, bottom line or anything like that. Like, you're hearing stories where they're like, oh, they cut out Elio was like really like queer coded, so then they like changed them. Or in what's that? It's like that DreamWorks show or Pixar show. It's like Win It or some shit like that, where they got rid of an entire queer character. Or even in Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur, where they cut an episode out that had to do with a trans person, right? I'm like, that is the censorship that they claim. Win or lose, thank you. That is the censorship that they claim they hate. They hate it when people tell developers what to do and creators what to do, but only in the context of, oh, they wanted to have a bigger titty girl in there. They didn't put that in there. That's bad. But suddenly the developers' visions are terrible and should be cut when it's about queer characters. But like, yeah, it's always the same. You got always the same stuff. But it's been fucking 4 hours and 41 minutes of me just talking. You guys are still here? No, go to sleep. Stream is done now. The streaming is done. We're done streaming. Go to bed. Okay? Tell your parents you love them if you can. Also, everyone give me $1. No. But watch all my stuff. I am working. I'm trying to find some time to actually. I did a whole script. Now I got to record it. Okay. I got to find time for that. So when I find time for that, you guys go watch another bit. Come back on Sunday. I don't know if I have time on Sunday. Sunday will probably be the day I spend honestly recording the video I'm working on. So yes, this is the begging segment. Please watch my stuff. Clip this whole thing out of context. Please watch my stuff. I need it. I need the validation. Watch my stuff. I wonder if anyone's gonna clip. Please actually clip that out of context and then just put on the internet. And be like, oh, this guy says just do it for money, and here he goes begging for views. That'd be so funny. I even have a green screen. Holy shit. No one's been taking advantage of this fact that I've had a green screen this entire time. I need better haters. Or better fans, actually. Yeah. How about you guys be better fans? Think about that while the stream's over, okay? Go think about that. Wait, no, you don't have to give me money. Thank you, garlic fries. You don't have to give me money. I don't even have an alert set up for donations, by the way. That's how much I don't expect to get anything. But it does let me celebrate my super chat. Ugh, you bastard. But fine. Thank you. I do always appreciate you guys just by stopping by. You don't have to pay me. But if you do want to send me $5, I guess that's fine. I can go to okay, you guys are getting insane now. You don't have to give me money. But now with the $7, I can go to Wendy's. across the street from my house. So thank you. I will get Wendy's on you guys. This is not a sponsored stream because of course it isn't. But Shepard, take our money. I'm taking it. But yeah, maybe I will start streaming a bit longer. But I don't want to be okay. What the fuck? What are you people doing? Oh, apparently I do have an alert for that now. What are you people doing? This isn't gonna make me like you more. Okay? This isn't gonna make me like you guys more. I'm still gonna beg for subscribers. But thank you for now I can get a combo at Wendy's. Now I can get a Wendy's mukbang. Maybe on my TTBN Talks channel. I also was gonna change it to TTBN Tries because someone had that as an idea. I'm like, oh, that's fucking good. But I'm slowly but surely building out the Tall Black Nerd Experience, the universe. Here I yap about video games and politics. On the Talks page, I also do that, but then talk about other things. Okay, you know what? Here, since you guys donated money, here's something I've wanted to get off my chest for the longest time. So in Spider-Man 2, the movie starring Tobey Maguire, Alfred Molina, Kirsten Dunst, James Franco, but wait, didn't know he was a weirdo, directed by Sam Raimi. It's the second Spider-Man movie, hence Spider-Man 2. And in it, you see Peter Parker absolutely living it in Spider-Man, right? He's in his bag as Spider-Man. As Peter Parker, things aren't that great. His life is terrible. Fast forward, he meets with Doc Ock, okay? Dr. Otto Octavius. And Dr. Otto Octavius is already a criminal. We're talking fast forward. We're into the movie, towards the last act of the movie. There's a scene in this movie where Doc Ock goes to a cafe where Peter and Mary Jane are talking. Now, this is Spider-Man 2's biggest thing. The subplot was Peter Parker no longer wanting to be Spider-Man. So he starts like losing his spider abilities. And he's just like, you know what? Maybe I don't need to help anymore. I can just live my life as Peter Parker, start doing better at school, yada, 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 yada. And then he has a scene with Mary Jane because he's trying to take the next step because he's no longer Spider-Man. So they can actually be together, right? In this cafe, as he's talking to Mary Jane, a fucking car is thrown through the window, like fully thrown through the window. A full car is thrown through the window. And then Doc Ock emerges, goes up to Peter Parker because he takes pictures of Spider-Man. And he goes, you know, tells Spider-Man to like, I'll meet him, whatever. He's doing it to get the tritium from James Franco. But he's telling this, he wants Peter Parker to send a message to Spider-Man saying like, I got this girl, come find me, whatever, right? And then he has him in his indestructible fucking tentacles. And then he throws him against a brick wall so fucking hard, the brick collapses onto his body. Now, I ask you, we as the viewers know that Peter Parker is Spider-Man, right? He has to be Spider-Man for the movies to work, right? But in universe, Otto Octavius just thinks this is like Peter Parker, the person he met, fellow scientist, right? He thinks he's a normal guy. He would have killed him. Then what? You're lucky that he's Spider-Man. If he was just, in fact, a photographer who knew Spider-Man and you threw him against a brick wall, Mr. Scientist Man, you know about physics. You threw him against a brick fucking wall. You threw him against a brick wall and were like, go meet Spider-Man, go meet God. He's not getting up if he's a regular person. Not only that, you could have fucking killed him from throwing the goddamn car into the cafe. I never understood that. The only way this works is if he knew he was Spider-Man. And for some reason, we're still trying to protect his cover by saying, go get Spider-Man. Because otherwise, Otto Octavius, you're a fucking moron. That's it. That's it. There's no other explanation. There's no explanation. And yes. Why wouldn't he just ask Peter Parker to take Spider-Man? Or hell, why not kidnap Peter Parker? Right? Because that's Spider-Man's connect. They might be friends. He kidnaps Mary Jane. For all he knows, that could have been Peter Parker and Mary Jane's first date. This could have been a Hinge meetup. This could have been a coffee meets bagel. He has no context for the person. This would be like, oh, hold on, I'm sorry. Like it makes no sense. I'm sorry, it makes no sense. This could have been like if I was standing in line of In-N-Out, and then someone breaks in and is like, you go find Batman. And then they just kidnap the woman in front of me. I have no connection to her. You don't know our connection. Yes, they were seated at the table, which also, if you watch the clip of the movie, he throws that shit from like 50 yards away, and yet he comes down from like the top. So like that means he threw the car, climbed the top of the building, then walked down. Like, it doesn't make sense. It makes no fucking sense. He's supposed to be a smart scientist, able to have the power of the sun in the palm of his hand, and yet doesn't understand that if you throw a human body through a brick wall after throwing a car at them, and they're normal, they're dead. If Spider-Man didn't have spider sense, him and Mary Jane dead. And by some off chance he doesn't throw a car in there, he threw him against a brick wall. Oh. I'm sorry. You guys know how many years I've had that just bottled inside of me. That was going to be my first video on like my TTBN Talks thing, just be ranting about that. But you donated money, so here you go. What was the plan? What was the plan? At least Green Goblin lit a fucking building on fire so he knew Spider-Man would show up, right? He didn't know who was Peter Parker. You know, he could just walk to Aunt May's house, blow it up. He had to think creatively. Scientist. He had a problem. He found a solution. He knows he's a superhero. He saves people. So let me endanger people in the building and also pretend to be an old woman. So I can then knock you out and then have a nice conversation with you. And it also leads to me figuring out your Spider-Man because I cut you an arm. But Doc Ock, also smart man, throws a human against a brick wall with enough force for it to shatter. And then threw a fucking car that would have killed them and anyone in his path. Like, okay. All right, you guys, I'm good. That's how we'll end this stream, okay? That's how we're gonna end the stream. It's gonna be almost 5 hours. I don't know how streamers do this shit for like 12 hours a day. But yes, we're leaving now. We're going to sleep or eating food or, I don't know, watching movies. Or maybe you guys love me so much that you're going to just keep replaying my videos. One of them is almost at 10K. Get that shit to 10K. Okay? You're triggered, I'm fucking triggered. That's why I gotta go. Go watch my video with Rev. You know what's funny? A lot of people in that video, here, and then we'll be done for shit, for realsies, okay? Then we'll be done for real. A lot of people in this video are absolutely saying, I can't watch this. They're like, I can't watch this. I don't know how you do this. I can't watch it. Like, I can't watch it. Like, why would you do this to yourself? Someone wrote, the only time I've watched Nux videos was during the deepest, most devastating depression in my life, and I'm sure watching him made it absolutely worse. Like, the person was like, yeah, at the beginning of the video where you punch yourself in the face, that's how I feel when channels cover this inanity. And I'm sorry. I like how there's zero action on the TV show and why isn't good. This red person explains why it's bad. If you can't, why should I care about your opinion? Exactly. But like, it's a lot of the comments are just like, why are you doing this to yourself? Or damn, I used to watch this guy. I'm glad I got out. See, look, this guy, listen. I blocked both these channels. Started blocking anyone who consistently reacts to like a content like she want head or Davik as well. Give your video a like and a comment because of those guys, but I can't listen to them. I hope you tore them up. I have gotten legitimately, I will never forgive you for making me watch more than 4 seconds of a Nux talking video. I have gotten so many comments that people are just like, how did you watch this? Why did you do this? Here's the comment I want to show you guys the most. I'm sorry, man. I like the topic you're covering, but I gotta tap out, fam. Even with solid criticism of him, I can't fucking listen to that. Like, you know what? Say what you want about me. Say what you want about me. But I've actually been told by lots of people that they like the sound of my voice. I have a nice voice, what they say. No one's ever said they can't watch my video because the way I sound. They've always said maybe because I'm black, which I have gotten, or, you know, I'm woke or whatever, but never that they cannot listen to it. They literally cannot stand the voices, the sounds my mouth makes. Even when I go like, that's going to be clipped out of context. But even when I'm just like screaming and laughing, no one was ever like, that's enough. I think it's worth it. I'm pretty sure it's towards the YouTube we were talking about. You know, yeah. Like they can't watch my video because they're going to hear Nux or Rev speak and they cannot abide by that, which I completely understand. I wasn't joking in the beginning of that video when I was slapping myself and squeezing an energy drink. I had to do that to watch 3 minutes of that video. You guys see how I go through videos. I couldn't stop and talk during that video and keep my sanity. But I am building up. I'm building up a tolerance. Eventually, I'm going to make a whole video when I've watched an entire Nux Taku video. I'm going to make it your problem too. So you guys who donated to me, guess who's contributing to that? You. And on that note, for real this time, because we're at basically 5 hours, we're done. Go watch my other videos, okay? Go do that. But I'm tired now. Okay, I love you guys. Bye.